team has been activated. We will share more information as soon as we can. Please give our officers the space they need. They need to monitor the situation. So that is coming in from the mayor. We also heard from the governor. We heard from Governor Tim Walz, and he said before as well, he said, I've been briefed on a shooting at Annunciation Catholic School and will continue to provide updates as we get more information. The BCA and State Patrol are on scene. I'm praying for our kids and teachers whose first week of school was marred by this horrific act of violence. So again, this news is just coming in, and we're continuing to get this information out of South Minneapolis this morning.
Our Caroline Cummings is on the scene. She continues to send us information. She said just now another child has left the school with his arm wrapped. She says that the child embraced a woman, either his mother or a family member, we're not sure, but now Caroline has told us about 2 children who have left the school with both their arms wrapped.
We're just taking a moment. We just want to reassess. Right now, it is 9:25. If you are just now joining us, normally we would be at the fair. Today is day 7 of the Minnesota Get-Together, but unfortunately, we are following this breaking news of an active shooter situation that is unfolding at Annunciation Catholic School. Again, we've said before, there's a Catholic school and there's a Catholic church. They're nearby each other, and this has taken place on 54th Street in South Minneapolis.
54th and Garfield in South Minneapolis.
And again, it looks like we've got someone else trying to approach the scene. Again, we're still working to get information here, but we've seen State Patrol, we have seen the FBI, we have seen the ATF, we have seen Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, we have seen the Minneapolis Police Department. We have seen so many different agencies of law enforcement show up at the scene who are trying to assess it, who are trying to figure out if it is safe to go inside. We also saw that drone on the ground before, and we talked about the use of technology in situations like this and how that can be useful in a situation where it may not necessarily, in assessing, it may not be safe for law enforcement officers to go in there. So we've seen that as well, and that can really help.
We did not see them deploy this drone, but it is there for them to use. And we've also seen Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey run into this area to be briefed, to talk with Police Chief Brian O'Hara.
I'm seeing right now Park Police are on the scene as well here. So right now what's going to happen, we're going to do a little switch out. Maria is going to you're going to go and we're going to assess the situation here, but Heather Brown is going to join us right now. I know, Heather, you were at the fair before.
At the fair.
You were at the fair before, but when breaking news like this happens, it takes a team. So we wanted to bring Heather in to complete our coverage this morning. It's just an unfortunate situation, and I hate that we're having to cover a situation like this, Heather.
This is so scary. AJ and Maria actually know quite a few kids who go to this school. My children go to a school that's nearby here, and they do Mass every Wednesday morning. They do it with the community there. This was their opening Mass for the school. So the school started on Monday. So this was their opening Mass there. The school is right connected to the church. So not clear exactly where or anything that happened, but we know that the children are right there in that time. So it just, and you see, what I see here, you see the police, you see people coming in, but what I think, and we're not seeing it here because I don't know how many people can get behind those police lines, but all of those parents who are now rushing to that school to try and get any answers. Is my child okay? And how is the school communicating with them? Can they communicate with them? I got communication from my own children's school just about 10 minutes ago saying we're aware of the situation. We have our emergency protocols in place. We're waiting to learn back more from the Minneapolis Police Department.
That's one of the things that we have seen more and more, Heather, as the scene unfolds, is we have seen...
Oh, no.
Right. I mean,
you see this right here because this hits home. These are people's families.
These are people's families.
And you are waiting, they are waiting to get information just like we are. They are thinking, you send your child to school and you're hoping that your child is going to be safe. And you see these parents or people on the sidelines waiting to learn any information. Is my child okay? Is my child's teacher okay? Is the staff okay? Are people okay?
Are people still in danger?
And we just don't have that information right now.
All right.
Okay. We do have Caroline Cummings live via Zoom this morning who joins us. We're just going to hear her. But Caroline, Let us know where you are and what you're seeing from your vantage point.
Can you guys hear me and see me okay?
We can hear you right now, so we can't see you, but just walk us through what you are seeing right now from your vantage point, Caroline.
Okay, I am directly in front of the entrance to the school on Garfield Avenue and West 54th, right off of Lindale.
Okay.
And I have seen children leave the school with bandages on their arm. One child left with a bandage on his arm, raced to his mother for an embrace. It's clearly a very serious situation. We will not speculate on any details. What we know now is what I'm seeing. And what I'm seeing is an active police scene outside of the school. And I have seen 2 children leave with bandages on their arm. There's tons of concerned neighbors over here. I talked to one woman whose children did not go to this school, but she has a child who goes to Holy Angels. She says that this school, a lot of children go to high school at Holy Angels. It's a feeder school, and that she is just overcome with emotion seeing this happen in her neighborhood, her community, people she knows. It's a really emotional scene here for people who are looking on. I've seen very distraught looking people, potentially parents whose children attend this school. And I have seen police go in and out of the school here, again, at the entrance at West 54th and Garfield Avenue. At least a dozen ambulances blocking off the entire road. And just a very active scene and an emotional one for the parents and the families and neighbors.
Yeah.
This is something that hits very close to home for a lot of people.
Caroline, you mentioned before that you saw some of the children walking out. Were those children accompanied by people, or did they walk out by themselves? What did that look like?
No, they were accompanied by people. One little girl was accompanied by what looked to be her mother, and another child who appeared that they did not have any injuries. They walked right out, and another child was accompanied by adults and met a family member, a friend, a relative, somebody, potentially his mother. At the bottom of the stairs, there's a staircase that enters into the school, and he just ran to his mom and cried. And that, as a person, strikes a chord with you, right? Because a desperate, scared child went to meet his mother. It was a very, very emotional thing to witness, and emotional for all the people who are out here looking on, because this is just the unthinkable that you pray that you don't have to report on days like today.
Law enforcement there, are they talking to you at all? What does the situation look like when it comes to law enforcement?
A lot of cops here. We've got streets blocked off. We have got, it looks like I just saw a priest or a deacon, potentially the priest, leave the school. He is wearing the garments he would wear if he were presiding over a mass. And lots of cops, in at least a dozen police cars here, ambulances, the sheriff's office, just an extremely large presence. You could see the blinking lights of the emergency response and police vehicles from, half a mile away when I was driving down here this morning on West 54th.
Right. Caroline, all these schools are communities here, and this school, especially, we can see, Caroline, we got you right here, and you're back here with Maria, AJ, and me, Heather. Many of these schools are communities where we, as AJ mentioned, where we send our children to be safe. I will tell you from experience, I know this school quite well. It is a very tight-knit community that is surrounded by the church over there. It's a neighborhood school. I mean, there are people who are from South Minneapolis, who are from Richfield, that go to this school. Many of them, their parents went to this school, and now they go to this school here. It's compared to some schools now, it's a smaller size school, but has quite a number of students who all gather in that church every Wednesday morning there. And I think a lot now, Caroline, I think you can understand this about this is the start of the school year and what this means for these kids who are starting this year. And it's, looking into the future and what this will be like in the next day, in the next week, in the next month, in the rest of the school year here. Not just that fear, but the fear then of what these school shootings bring to us, not only here in South Minneapolis, in Minnesota, across the country. I've been getting text messages left and right. Are the kids okay? Are you okay? I mean, and this is from, one came from North Carolina, one came from California.
We do have an update for you. The shooter has been contained. Minneapolis police say the active police situation at the Annunciation Church, there's no active threat to the community at this time. The shooter is contained. The public is still advised to stay away from the area to allow emergency personnel to help the victims. Again, this is at the West 54th Street between Lyndale and Nicollet Avenue. The police say the families of children at the school can go to the Reunification zone at the Annunciation School, which is at 525 West 54th Street.
So I'm guessing, Caroline, that's not far. That's where you are right now? Are you at the entrance to the school?
Right, and at the entrance of the school, right there behind me, is the entrance to the school. That is reassuring news, I'm sure, for a lot of the community members, potentially parents who are over to my left. You can see them right over here that have been watching this all unfold since we got here this morning. And yes, we are right at the entrance of the school. That is where, like I said earlier, I saw 2 young children leave the school accompanied by adults wearing bandages on their arm. That was an image that one man said, "Oh my God," when he saw that. And that is what I think everybody feels in this moment. Heather, you said so well that it is a tight-knit community, right? And this is hitting everybody, no matter if your child goes here or you just live down the block or you live 100 miles away in Minnesota. It's a very sad day.
Right. And again, reminder to people over in that area, they're asking the families to come and reunify at that location where Maria just mentioned, that 525 West 54th Street, but they are also asking everyone else to stay away for right now. So if you can stay away from that area, South Lyndale, right over 54th Street where Lyndale and Nicollet are, it's a busy area. You got grocery stores, you got gas stations, all kinds of things over there, but they're asking people for now, with this large presence, please stay away from that spot. Still quite active scene. And
at 9:37, I just want to reiterate the message that we just received from the city of Minneapolis. They are confirming, I'm going to read this to you, there is an active police situation at Annunciation Church. There is no active threat to the community at this time. The shooter is contained. And as Heather just alluded to, stay away from the area to allow emergency personnel to help victims, that area being West 54th Street between Lyndale and Nicollet Avenue. We talked about this before, but the reunification zone, just for anyone who's just joining us, that is going to be at Annunciation School, so 525 West 54th Street.
The other thing I want to do is remind people here who might be going online frantically searching for information that it is still very early in what happened here. We're only talking just a little bit more than an hour. So information that you see online that perhaps hasn't confirmed, just please be careful with how you consume your news today and every day, truly, but especially in situations like this morning, because as we know, with active shooters, with mass shootings, the information continually changes, and the very first information is often then revised or changed as we move throughout the day. So if you are online scrolling through, just be aware. We here make sure that we are vetting all the information before we tell it to you on air. All of the information that we have just shared with you came directly from the city of Minneapolis, that information that both AJ and Maria just shared. So a reminder again, as always in these situations, just be careful.
Well, a perfect example of that, initially, the initial address we got was on 53rd Street.
Right.
And that was actually on 54th Street. So again, very, very fluid situation, very, very active situation that we are continuing to follow. But again, the good news, if you want to call it.
All right, we've been listening to CBS News Minnesota's ongoing coverage of what was an active shooting situation at a Catholic school there, Annunciation Catholic School in South Minneapolis. Witnesses saw people in bandages. Police have just reported that the situation is contained and parents in the area are being instructed to go to a family reunification point. We now want to bring you a CBS News special report on what we've just watched unfold.
This is a CBS News special report. I am Nate Burleson with Kelly O'Grady here in New York. We have breaking news in Minneapolis this morning, a report of an active shooter. We are still learning more details about what has happened. Police now say the shooter is contained, but there are as many as 20 injured. There's a large law enforcement response from federal, state, and local agencies.
Now, this happened at a school attached to a Roman Catholic church in South Minneapolis. This was the third day of school, and we are told the Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey has arrived on the scene. Caroline Cummings was first on the scene from CBS News Minnesota. We want to play you the latest from what she learned.
Okay, I am directly in front of the entrance to the school on Garfield Avenue and West 54th, right off of Lindale. Okay. And I have seen children leave the school with bandages on their arm. One child left with a bandage on his arm, raced to his mother for an embrace. It's clearly a very serious situation. We will not speculate on any details. What we know now is what I'm seeing. And what I'm seeing is an active police scene outside of the school. And I have seen two children leave with bandages on their arm. There's tons of concerned neighbors over here. I talked to one woman whose children did not go to this school, but she has a child who goes to Holy Angels. She says that this school, a lot of children go to high school at Holy Angels. It's a feeder school, and that she is just overcome with emotion seeing this happen in her neighborhood, her community, people she knows. It's a really emotional scene here for people who are looking on. I've seen very distraught looking people, potentially parents whose children attend this school. And I have seen police go in and out of the school here, again, at the entrance at West 54th and Garfield Avenue. At least a dozen ambulances blocking off the entire road. And just a very active scene and an emotional one for the parents and the families and neighbors. Yeah. This is something that hits very close to home for a lot of people.
And understandably, you can hear the emotion in her voice. Scott McFarland and Nicole Skanga are monitoring the latest developments from our D.C. newsroom. Nicole, let's start with you. What are we learning?
Hi, Nate. Good to be with you. At Annunciation Catholic School, that shooting began a little over an hour ago, and within minutes, I'm told, law enforcement was on the scene. As many as 20 people injured, although we could see that number increase, at least some in critical condition right now and being transported to area hospitals. I'm told there were children there at the scene, younger than 13 years old, still waiting on what the status is, if any of those young students were among those injured. The male suspect here, we're told by law enforcement sources, has been contained by police, waiting on confirmation that that shooter is dead. We don't know that information just yet, but we're told that the male suspect was wearing all black. He used a rifle, and right now police searching for any additional weapons, any any improvised explosives. There is no current threat to the public at this time. But again, very early on in this search by police, and we know that federal law enforcement is responding, both the FBI and the ATF, which are on scene and tracing that weapon, that rifle that we talked about.
Okay, thank you, Nicole. Stay with us. Let's bring in Sam Vinograd, who is a CBS News national security contributor. Sam, what are you learning here? What are your thoughts on this?
Well, my thoughts are that unfortunately these entities have established security protocols in the event of an active shooter. So the church and the school would have had plans in place to try to mitigate any damage as quickly as possible. Now, at this moment, if the scene is stabilized and if the suspect is contained, an investigation is underway. That will take multiple routes. First, there will be traces of the weapons used, weapon or weapons via ATF. The FBI and state and local law enforcement will also try to identify the suspect as quickly as possible using fingerprints or any identification the suspect may have on the suspect's person. Once that suspect is identified, they will get a warrant for the individual's residence, the suspect's vehicle, and then very quickly start scrubbing that individual's mobile devices, if any are present, as well as social media. They do want to ascertain whether this individual was in touch with anybody else about the suspect's plans for this morning to ensure that there are no other potential plots underway. We have heard that there is no ongoing threat to the public, but law enforcement is certainly going to want to double check that that is the case by scrubbing the individual's communications as quickly as possible.
And Sam, that's really helpful context because, of course, we are learning these details as they are coming in. The process that you just described, how long does that take? How long are investigators going to be looking at these things? Is it a multi-day? Is it multi-hour from your experience?
Kelly, unfortunately, I've worked too many of these and know that it just depends on the situation. For example, if the suspect does not have any identification on the suspect's person, if there's not a driver's license or some sort of identification, it could just take longer to run fingerprints, to run other what we call biometric identification to try to identify who this person is. If there is identification on the suspect, that'll be a much quicker process, but they want to verify who this person is. From there, getting a warrant should be relatively quick based upon this mass casualty event. It will also depend whether this individual is a resident of Minneapolis and Minnesota, whether this individual resided in another state. They'll then have to get in touch with law enforcement there to try to look at the individual's residence. Is there a vehicle registered to this individual that's in the vicinity? So unfortunately, I know it's unsatisfactory, but it is going to depend on whether this individual has identification on the suspect's person and other factors. But once an ID is made, it will be a relatively quick process, again, to try to mitigate any ongoing threats to the public, to try to identify motive for this mass casualty event. There may be a manifesto involved. We just don't know. So there's a lot of unknowns at this time. But while this investigation is unfolding, and I can say this because I have worked with Homeland Security advisors across the country, the first focus is to stabilize the scene and get medical assistance to anybody that needs it.
Thank you, Sam. With your wealth of knowledge, it helps us understand what is happening and what will happen. We appreciate you joining us. Right now, we have Justice correspondent Scott McFarland, who is tracking all of this from Washington. Scott, what else can you tell us? Are you hearing anything about the families?
Yeah, a few notes from the Minneapolis Police Department, which speaks to potentially the scale, the scope and size of this shooting incident, but also what they're doing for families. They've created a reunification zone at an area nearby the school, actually at the church, where so many of these families go. But there's also this stay-away order from the area you're seeing on your screen. The stay-away order is often indicative of they have to get either more police or often more ambulances to a scene. So they need to keep intersections clear for those types of responders. The school, which is K-8, so these are some particularly young kids, opened on the 25th, which means it opened Monday. They had a mass scheduled for this morning, 8:15 Central Time, so roughly an hour and a half ago, not too distant from the potential starting of this shooting. And at this school, you see the things, Nate, you'd see on so many social media pages this week. Kids returning for the first day of school, very young faces celebrating this first week at school in Minneapolis. And we are on day 3, and these families are now responding to get their kids at Annunciation Church.
Scott, really appreciate that context. We do want to bring you an update. Sources are telling us that the shooter has been killed. And just to recap, the number of people impacted, it is as many as 20. At this point, we don't know the status. This happened at a Catholic church in Minneapolis, Minnesota, Annunciation. We do know that that school is pre-K through 8th grade, so young children were on the scene. And, you know, Nate, as these things happen, we know a lot of things, what we do, what we don't know. Yes. It's changing. We never want to speculate.
Yeah, it's changing by the minute. But like you said, they started school on Monday, and they were at Mass, which likely means there was a large amount of people in a concentrated area. The shooter, like you said, has, what we've heard, taken his own life, and then also understanding that the area is contained for the family members and people in close proximity of this school. And just to recap, for everybody that is joining us right now, there has been an active shooter situation in South Minneapolis this morning. Sources tell us that the shooter has died in what is an apparent self-inflicted wound. There are unconfirmed reports of up to 20 victims. This happened at a school attached to a Roman Catholic church. Being that I've been in Minnesota, I live there, I know the people of Minnesota, I know they are resilient, but I do hope that the healing and also the justice follows very soon. Our coverage will continue on our 24-hour streaming channel, CBS News 24/7. There will be more to come on your local news on this CBS station, and tonight on CBS Evening News. Many of you will return now to CBS Mornings. This has been a CBS News special report. I am Nate Burleson with Kelly O'Grady, in New York.
All right, you've been watching a CBS News special report on what was an active shooting situation in Minneapolis. I'm Errol Barnett back at the CBS Broadcast Center here in New York City, and you're looking at footage from outside the Annunciation Church, which is connected to a school. We understand that today was opening mass for the teachers and students there. Police are now reporting at least 20 victims. And the early reports are that someone dressed in all black and armed with a rifle was reported there at the scene this morning. Our colleagues at CBS News Minnesota as we've been listening to, are moved by this happening in their own community, a place they know very well. We now want to reconnect with their on-the-ground coverage right now.
20 injured at this point. So it's a really emotional day out here. I'm right in front of the entrance to the school. There is people with looks of just shock and horror on their face, witnessing this unfold in real time and knowing it happened in their community, in their backyard. Literally, there are, residential homes that are across the street from this school, down Garfield Avenue, where I'm standing right now. So it's been really remarkable to be here and see this all unfold, and still a very active scene and a lot of law enforcement here as well.
Yeah, we're actually hearing from President Trump this morning. He posted on Truth Social. He says, "I've been fully briefed on the tragic shooting in Minneapolis. The FBI quickly responded. They are on the scene. The White House will continue to monitor this terrible situation. Please join me in praying for everyone involved." So that message coming from the president.
Caroline, I also want to remind people this happened during the morning mass.
Yeah.
So Wednesday morning mass, many of these churches and schools have these early morning masses at the Catholic churches where when the school is connected to it, the kids will attend as well. There are entire school masses there. So you're talking about, whether or not it's the full school or just part of the school, but you're talking about lots of community members, lots of kids just in one sanctuary there. And if one person coming in, I mean, that's why you can only imagine that you have 20 people now that have been confirmed shot in that spot. But it's not as if these kids would have been in their classrooms. You're talking about walking into a room where so many people were sitting there, an all-school mass. And again, this is their first week of school. This was their time to welcome back these children into what is supposed to be a safe place.
Yep.
Not only a school, in a church, in a school.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we've seen these sorts of shootings happen in schools, in places of worship. And in those moments, you think, if you're a person of faith, I'm Catholic who goes to Mass, right? You are in Mass and you feel like it's a safe place. Anybody of any faith can feel that sort of connection, right? Is that they go to a place, they're worshiping in their faith, and that should be a place that is safe. And to have that sense of safety shattered is devastating.
Yeah, Caroline, we see some people behind you. Can you tell us, are those community members? Are those parents? Do you know anything about that?
The people behind me on the steps you see into the school?
Well, we see the police officers, but in just the shot that you just had, we had just had some people there, you know, and may just be in the community that are very concerned.
Yeah, there's. It's hard to know. There's been a lot of people here who just live in the area. Others who are parents. So I don't know their connection to this, but you know, there's tons of people out here from the community, whether they have children enrolled here or not. We've got a camera over here panning to Max Fish and Chips.
Yes,
there's kind of a little side parking lot.
Sure.
A lot of people have been gathering there. A lot of people on the phone, potentially communicating with loved ones, family members about what's going on here, or perhaps getting details about their children who are at this school. We just don't know. We've been trying to talk to some of them in an on-camera interview, but understandably, you know, people are very shaken up by this,
absolutely.
and so we as journalists have to be human first, and and sometimes people's private moment to grieve is more important than getting them on camera. But we are talking to them, and you know, it's a very emotional day, and there are people who are talking with us off camera.
Okay, so that is the uniform that those students wear at that school, that green shirt. So those there are students being walked out by someone there. You can see whoever is walking at them out, whether it's their mom, whether it's their caregiver, certainly holding on to them tightly this morning in that spot. Caroline, we did just get an update, and we want to share with everyone here an update from the mayor's office. There will be a briefing at 10:30 this morning. They will give us additional details. We, of course, will carry that live right here on WCCO. So that's just about 35 minutes from now. The mayor's office telling us a briefing at 10:30 there. So we know our Barrett Leone is also on scene there. Caroline, you've been busy talking with us, giving us the very latest about what's happening there, but I know Barrett's also been trying to people. So we're going to try and check in with her. Did she just have?
So Barrett Barrett said, a person off camera, she said they heard the shots at 8:45, and then she said they sounded like a hammer. Another person waiting for a friend and their son. So again, as you alluded to, people are just waiting, trying to figure out, is my child safe?
Right.
Is my loved one safe?
All right.
This is a new look right now. It looks like it's some people.
More families walking out. Barrett telling us she's just seeing family after family walking out. So thankfully, some of these. Look at that. Look at that. Just, you know, and that right there is what any parent is feeling right now. You're not going to let go of your child this morning there, whoever you are, wherever you are this morning. And look at these, just little ones. You see the one behind her? You can see these are live pictures of people. So we now know, thankfully, that many of the families are starting to be reunited there. You can see that one right behind with the glasses there. That is certainly an Annunciation kid with their. She's got her shirt on there too, but some grim faces, of course. And then, you know, and I look at this little boy too, who is, you know, in a way, like blissfully unaware of just the horror that's going on around him. But so many kids in that school are not. The school goes all the way up through 8th grade. There are many students there that know exactly what is going on, and I think about students at any school that has had a shooting there, and the impact. You talk to kids about Sandy Hook, however many years later, and just the chilling and devastating impact that has had on them after all of those years. Another family here being reunited with with their little one. Once again, this is a K-8 school, so you have kids as young as 5 going to this school here.
And a relatively small school, too.
Yeah, and AJ, I don't know if you notice this. I know that you do actually notice this. Every single family walking out, both parents are holding those hands tightly.
You think about the kids, but you also think about the adults and how they have to be so brave in this moment too for their kids, to be able to talk to them about what's going on, but also to be able to be strong and not as scared for them in this moment and
Being
what they
brave.
do. Being brave.
You have to show them what bravery looks like. That way they are not scared themselves. Again, these are live pictures that we are getting. We've seen, what, 3 or 4 families that have walked out now?
Yeah, and I have some additional information to what we just got, but we are getting this report.
All right, we've been watching CBS News Minnesota's real-time coverage of what was an active shooting at a Catholic church connected to a school during opening mass for their new school year. The shooter has reportedly been contained with at least 20 potential victims, and we're seeing parents there being reunited with their children. Local police are scheduled to update the public on what they know in about 30 minutes, and our coverage continues with my colleague Reed Cowan. And Reed, our hearts really go out to the people of Minnesota today.
You're watching breaking news on CBS News 24/7. I'm Reed Cowan. Reports of an active shooter in South Minneapolis at a school. The mayor of Minneapolis decrying this as horrific violence. Somebody dressed in all black carrying a rifle entered that building, possibly during a morning mass, and on the inside, children. It's moments like these when the power of local journalism serves our understanding. So let's go live to reporters on the scene from CBS Minnesota.
It's early on of a shooting at a church. And you can only imagine what is going through anyone's mind when they are hearing that, making their way back then. Again, more families making their way outside of the school right now. I don't know if we can somehow get a count, if someone maybe can help us look that up, a count of how many children go to the school. AJ, you have new information, I think, on this media availability, or this more detailed coming out from Minneapolis Police at 10:30.
So there's a news conference is scheduled for 10:30 this morning. City and public safety officials, they'll release information as soon as that information is confirmed. We talked about the staging area where people can go. If you're just now joining us, the Reunification Zone at Annunciation School, that is at 525 West 54th Street. That is in Minneapolis. But the public right now advised to stay away from this area to allow emergency personnel to help victims. So please stay away from 54th Street between Lyndale and Nicollet Avenue in Minneapolis right now as they work to make sure that families are reunited with their loved ones right now.
Right. I'm just hearing word from some of the parents who I know who go to neighboring Catholic schools. A parent from Holy Angels just texted me. She said Holy Angels was on lockdown, but now the kids are headed into a prayer service there to pray for the children and the families and the staff and everyone who works over at Annunciation.
We know 20 people are injured here. We've seen a lot of kids coming out, and we don't know the extent of their injuries, but we know there might be some kids who had to come out a different way in an ambulance or something, you know, and that's hard to wrap your head around as well.
Well, Jen, you're just getting some new information, Jen?
We are, and I'm waiting to get just a little bit more before we report this, because all the information is sensitive, and we want to make sure we have this right, because this is all happening and unfolding, and but people, you know, our sources that we have good relationships with are sharing information from there about some of the victims. And that's what we are working to learn is how people are doing. That's the most important thing right now. And as soon as I have more, we'll be sure to bring it to everyone.
Let's get back now to our Caroline Cummings. She has been on the scene for the past hour or so. We know these first calls came in at 8:37. Caroline, you've been there right after that. What are you seeing now?
Well, as you saw from some of those images that you took live on our air, Heather, the unification process, children meeting up with their parents after all of this happened, is in progress. It's happening. A lot of children coming out of those front doors there. What has struck me so much is these kids are so young, right? Have to be, you know, 10 years old, 8 years old. I mean, these are little humans who have to grapple with this. And how does a child make sense of this tragedy? A lot of the looks on their faces blank stares, distraught, because again, no child should be experiencing this, as you said so well, Heather, when they're supposed to have the excitement of the new school year, and a tragedy that nobody could have predicted or imagined happens right at their school during what should be an exciting time and certainly a solemn time if we're talking about having a school mass, which, like you said so well, Heather, is a fixture of going to a Catholic school, having a weekly mass with students, and it's just really a lot of people still here watching, not taking their eyes off of what is behind me, which is the entrance to that school, as you see children leaving to meet their parents, who I'm sure are, like you said, Heather, holding their children so tight today. And I think any parent in Minnesota is thinking about that hug that they're going to give their child when it returns home from school.
Right. We understand now, just looked it up. Annunciation Catholic School, again, K through 8 school. It has 375 students there, and generally, you know, sometimes the little ones don't quite make it through the mass all the way there, but certainly, you know, hundreds of students. And this is also a community mass too, so I'm sure that there were members of the community that attend that early morning mass along with the students in there. We just got word also from the council member who is the council member for that ward and that spot, sending out her condolences and saying, as the day unfolds,
Katie
again,
Cashman.
yes, please stay out of that area at 50 Fail 4th and Lindale there.
You alluded to this before, Heather, but you know, we talk about this a lot. You know, school can produce anxiety. You know, school can be different for a lot of kids.
Especially at the beginning of the year.
At the beginning of the year. So you think about, you know, you've calmed your child down. Hey, you know, we're going to have a successful start to the school year. We're ready. You know, you get teachers on the same page, and then you go to school. Again, the spot where you're supposed to be safe, where you feel like you're going to be safe, and you have an unfortunate situation like this that happens.
This is also, remember, this is the beginning of the school year, so this is just day 3 for these students. These students might not fully know their teachers. They might not even fully know all the kids in their class there. I mean, a lot of them have gone to school together for many years through that, but they haven't made those full connections that you make in school quite yet in this first week. They probably even haven't started, you know, learning math yet. They're all just getting their supplies figured out and trying to learn where the school is in that spot. So for this, I mean, for this to happen at any time, any time is horrific. But to happen at the beginning of the day, at the beginning of the year, all of it's just heartbreaking.
Just want to reiterate, right now it's 10:06. We are expecting a news conference to take place with leaders at 10:30 this morning. That's at a staging area that's going to be just outside of Annunciation School. So make sure you stay with us. WCCO is going to be here with you through that time and moving forward as we get new information, because we are expected to get more information as far as everything that has unfolded, because little bits have come out through sources. Jen, you talked about before, you know, you've talked with your law enforcement sources that this sounds like this was a person who acted alone in this shooting situation.
That's what they are telling us, that this one person was wearing all black, came in with a gun during mass and acted alone. That person, we are told, died by suicide and is no longer a threat to the community, but obviously was a very big threat this morning. Devastating what's happened this morning. And if you see me on my phone here, it's because people are sharing information that we're all trying to gather. And we did just receive some additional information. And I say this to share that, you know, this is all early information. We are, this is the information that we are getting. That multiple kids have been hit, and we don't know their condition at this time, or the condition of the other victims. And it's so heavy when I say something like that. You can hear me get choked up, because that's not ever something you want to report.
No.
This hits home, because while we're up here, we are still human beings. This impacts all of us because we are a part of this community as well. So this is tough for us to report. We have families here. We are here. So this is very, very tough for us to digest with you. We're getting this information and passing along to you as soon as we have it confirmed.
Yeah, and we don't say this lightly, because we know people are listening and are scared for people that they know that go to school there, that families that were there this morning. And that's the information we're getting at this hour. We are working to learn more about how many and confirming other victims as well and their conditions. That's who we care about right now, is how those people are doing.
You can see right here, we're taking live looks outside. You see FBI there, the K-9 unit outside of the school in that spot. As Jen mentioned, right now Richfield police are telling us that as up to 20 people have been confirmed shot here. We don't have word yet. We have no confirmation of anyone being killed other than the shooter, who police tell us died by suicide. As CBS News reporting that now. Jen, you also reporting that there as well. We do have a media staging area too, so that's where our crews will be headed over to. We have several crews on the scene there. That's over Diamond Lake and Grand Avenue. But once again, the city council people, the city, are asking people just to stay out of that area over 54th and Lyndale. We know it's a major thoroughfare for people who are driving through. So many, there's a grocery store, there's a gas station, there's a library, there's restaurants over in that spot, but asking people, please just stay away, as there's so many people trying to reunite there with their family.
We're also hearing this morning from the Archdiocese of St. Paul in Minneapolis. They just posted 4 minutes ago, just a simple post saying, please pray for all those affected by the shooting today at Annunciation in Minneapolis. I think that's an understatement to say that. Pray for them moving forward. All of our communities moving forward. It hits home.
It sure does, and you know, this hits home for everybody. Yeah. Just hearing now from the House Speaker, Lisa Demuth. She's asking people, please join me in praying for the children, the families, and the staff at Annunciation Catholic School, as many are responding now to this horrific event. Moms demand action. We've reported on them extensively in all of their work over at the state capitol. And they say while details are still unfolding, another school year has barely begun, and already it's being defined by gun violence. So again, looking live now here just outside of Annunciation School, you can see families are being reunited with their students. We've seen so many families come out with a man and a woman. I mean, we're making the assumption that this is a mom and a dad, but every single one, if they are not holding on to their kids tightly, they are holding their hands just as tight as they can as those kids come walking out of here. We did just see a live shot of an ambulance there from North Memorial. At this point, not clear if any of the children have been taken, or anyone who was inside that church, inside that school this morning, have been taken to the hospital. What we do know is we know 20 people, according to police, have been shot, but not clear the extent of their injuries.
Let's check in with our Caroline Cummings if we can. Is Caroline still there? Caroline, what are you seeing from your vantage point now? Because we've seen all of these families, or several families, it looks like families, who have been reunited with their children, their loved ones who are leaving. What are you seeing from your vantage point right now?
Well, just as you described, AJ, parents being reunited with their children, crossing the crime scene tape here on West 54th, walking, a lot of them are walking in this direction on Garfield Avenue. The school sits squarely at the corner of those two places. A lot of people looking on in the community, and parents are just slowly, steadily coming out the door, as well as the continued law enforcement presence, as you can see behind me here at that entrance. That's where all the children are coming out, and yeah, it doesn't get any easier when you see. We've now seen at least half a dozen families with their children be reunited, and seeing them leave on this really dark day is really devastating to see up close, guys.
In situations like this, we're seeing families come out. A lot of them are holding water bottles, and in horrible situations, I've always kind of remembered to think about, like, look for the helpers. You know, look for the people who are helping. And even as simple as handing families a water bottle, or pointing people in the right direction, or just giving someone an update. Those helpers are there, and they're doing such great work. So we really want to commend law enforcement and everyone there who are helping people out today.
I'm getting some more information about some of the victims. We're being told that I'm being told that 10 people were transferred in critical condition.
Oh, okay.
So that's new information that we're learning. So up to 20 victims and 10, I'm being told, in critical condition. So hard news to share this morning about their conditions, and we know that they've been transported by ambulance to area hospitals.
Heather, you alluded to this before, but you talked about the Trauma One centers that are here.
Yes.
HCMC, North Hennepin, I mean, those are
Yes,
Trauma
North
One.
Memorial over there. Yeah. And so regions, we saw the ambulances there, many ambulances that showed up as we've seen this far too many times in this country, ambulances showing up to schools after mass shootings there. Jen, I'm just taking in the information that you just shared. Again, 20 people injured, as far as we understand from police, 10 of them transported to the hospital in critical condition. We don't have an update on where they are right now, but we do expect more information in just about 15 minutes. The Minneapolis Police Department has promised that they will give a briefing right around that time. We have several crews on scene there. They are getting ready, getting set up to hear more. We also have a crew over at HCMC to see the events that are holding on there. We know that they also, when situations like this happen, they also have their own drills for what happens in a mass shooting situation and even in a school situation. I mean, these are children as well. So you'd have to think that the children's hospitals are on standby too.
Yeah, so we're expecting a briefing from HCMC as well as that press conference that's expected to get underway outside of Annunciation Church at 10:30. That's at 10:30. But we're waiting for the briefing at HCMC. We're not sure when that is going to take place. But again, as Heather mentioned, we do have crews stationed throughout, both at the scene, at HCMC. So very, very active scenes unfolding as families are reunited with their children. But we're still waiting. We don't know. We heard before, but 10 people, 10 kids, it sounds like, that are in critical condition right now. So we're still waiting to get an update.
Not 10 kids in critical condition. 10
Thank
people.
You. Thank you.
So we don't know the ages of the people who are in critical condition, but we know 10 people are in critical condition from the information we've learned.
And remember, what we do know is that this happened at the Annunciation Church, which is connected to the Annunciation School during the morning mass. And generally, it's those students that attend the morning mass, but also it can be community members. This is their church as well. This is a community church there too. This is a parish for the Catholic Church, so many people who live in that area will come, especially on this welcoming mass, the first week of school for these kids. It's always sort of a joy for many people in that parish to come and celebrate with the children as they begin this new year. The mass started at 8:15 this morning. We understand the first calls from shots fired happened at 8:37.
So it looks like this is going to be the staging area where they're going to brief. I see the microphone, at least the pole for the microphone here. So we're still waiting to figure out, well, we're going to be briefed by law enforcement sources. We're not sure exactly who is going to be speaking there. Also seeing word right now, we're expecting that briefing from HCMC. That is expected right around now. So as soon as that starts, if they start, we will take you there and listen to what they say over at HCMC. Again, 10 victims listed in critical condition. Thank you for that update, Jen Merrily. We don't know if it's children. We don't know if it's adult. It could be a mix of both. So we're still waiting to get that information. We'll hear from leaders over at HCMC in just a little bit.
Now, Heather, you mentioned other school shootings such as Sandy Hook.
Right.
And we did get a statement from Sandy Hook Promise, which is a nonprofit working to reduce gun violence and create policy around guns. And they say, our hearts are broken. Our communities and children continue to be traumatized by this preventable epidemic. Our thoughts are with the Minneapolis community as this unfolds.
And once again, now 10:17, as we are here providing live coverage from South Minneapolis, there has been a shooting, a mass shooting at Annunciation Church over there at 54th and Bryant. This church connected to the Annunciation School. It's a K-8 school, has about 375 students. An update for you. We have 20 people that have been confirmed shot. Our Jennifer Mayerly just confirming to us that 10 of those victims were taken to the hospital in critical condition. We do not know how they are doing right now. We have no confirmed people who are dead except the shooter. The Minneapolis police have confirmed to us that the shooter has died, and Jen here has confirmed through her sources that that shooter was killed by suicide.
Also seeing more responses coming in. We're hearing from the Lieutenant Governor, Peggy Flanagan, who says, "My heart goes out to all those affected." So more and more statements are coming in. The Hennepin County Sheriff's Office releasing a statement saying they're assisting the Minneapolis Police Department. So all of these units coming in. And the thing that, you notice in a situation like this, that you hate to see it, is that it truly takes a team to work together in responses like this, and that's why you're seeing all the coordination from the FBI, from the ATF, Jen, as you mentioned before, from Minneapolis Police, from all these different units assisting here.
Right, and we know, Jen, as you mentioned, 10 people taken to the hospital in critical condition. We just confirmed with Children's that they have 5 patients there, 5 patients there. Jen, you have some new information for us here that you can share.
Yeah, we are learning from our sources that there are at least 2 people who've died from this situation this morning. I share that with a heavy heart in reading that. We are still working to learn more about who these victims are, about all of them who have been impacted by the violence of this morning. But we are being told at this time that 2 people did not survive their injuries.
The 2 people, that does not include the gunman, or that does include?
I'm told that does not include the gunman.
That does not include the gunman.
All right,
okay.
and of course, this is very, very early. We do want to remind you, the information that we are giving you has been carefully vetted. You're probably seeing a lot of information online about what has happened here, but so far what we have confirmed is that police are telling us 20 people, up to 20 people have been shot. What you're hearing, Jen, from your sources there that have been vetted is that 10 people were taken to the hospital in critical condition, and we now here at WCCO have confirmed that 2 people are dead in this shooting over at Annunciation Catholic Church.
Yeah, we do expect to learn much more in details about this during the press conferences that we are expecting here from Hennepin Healthcare and from the City of Minneapolis.
City of Minneapolis once again, and we'll expect to hear from them right around 10:30. Often, though, I do just want to warn you, if you're listening very closely, as information is changing, these press conferences don't happen right at 10:30, but we will be here giving you the information. We will be waiting for them as they come, and we will bring that directly to you on air as we hear from the city.
We're also seeing some more confirmed news. This is coming from Children's Hospital this morning, that they have 5 patients. So 5 patients are confirmed to be at Children's Hospital. So we're still working to get an update on their condition this morning. As soon as we get that information, we'll make sure to update you. But again, we're seeing footage this morning, scenes like this, of parents fortunately being reunited with their children. You mentioned before
375 students, and you know they're students when they come out because they wear those green polo shirts and those navy shorts or the navy pants that are out there. Now, this is a new view. We are just getting in a live view from behind the school. So this is the area where the families are coming in and reunifying with their family, with their students that are at this school. I think what also this brings to me is, some people trying to just organize people, just giving spontaneous hugs here and tears here. But you have some parents, and everyone reacts differently to this, right? You have some parents that say, no, I just need to get my child out of here. I just need to walk away. I need to hold their hand and hold them and walk away. And then you have other families that just feel the need to be together, to be supported by the community there. And that's what we're seeing there behind the school. People just coming together, giving those hugs, giving those tears. We're seeing a lot of law enforcement pile into that school continually. That was the front of the school you saw with the law enforcement. This is the back of the school. So plenty of people. I'm sure I'm getting it on my phone. I'm sure these parents are getting on this phone calls from across the country. Is your child okay? Is so-and-so's child okay? What do we know? I mean, just even if you look at these hands on people's faces, it's scary.
We've got a statement from Children's Minnesota. Children's Minnesota is aware of the recent tragic shooting in Minneapolis. Our teams are trained to respond in times of crisis and are fully prepared to care for impacted children, Currently, 5 children are admitted to our hospital for care. We will not share more details to respect the privacy of our patients and families.
Absolutely, and we know, unfortunately, the hospitals have to do this, but they go through drills to prepare for something exactly like this, whether it's a mass shooting, whether it's a school shooting. Children's Hospital knows exactly what they're doing because they've had to practice this before.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. They've had to practice for situations like this before. You can imagine the scene at the school right now. I can imagine, as a parent, I know what's going through my chest right now, but imagine being in that parking lot looking for your loved one, just trying to make sure that they are okay. We talk about, what families go through. This is what we're talking about, moments like that, just hoping that everyone's safe.
This is what everyone's going to be doing throughout the day, throughout the week, throughout the month. I mean, this is going to have an impact on these kids, on these teachers, on this staff forever. I mean, just look how young they are. Again, this is a K-8 school there. We just got an update from HCMC. We do expect to hear from them at 11 o'clock this morning. We are awaiting that press conference coming in from Minneapolis Police. That is scheduled for 10:30, but as I mentioned earlier, as this information is continuously changing, a lot of times those press conferences then get to be delayed, but we of course will be here for you. We have many live cameras out there this morning. Again, this is the back of the school in the area where families are being reunited. Remember, this was just the very start of the school day. Many parents or caregivers had probably dropped off their kids right around 8 o'clock this morning. The first shots fired, first reports of shots fired right at 8:37. So people had already on their way, had started their day. Then they get this message. There's been a shooting at your children's school. You need to get back there right now, and that's what's happening here.
We're seeing this just large group of people, all with so many questions and so much concern. Just hoping that they'll meet up with their child here at this reunification center, and I'm sure many sticking around to hear from law enforcement about what exactly happened. Just like we are right now, wondering what is happening here, what happened here this morning, why, which is maybe something that will never be answered.
When you look at the reunification site and you see those families being brought back together, I mean, it does something to you to see that. But what we know is that schools prepare for this, unfortunately, have to, and they already have decided ahead of time if something were to happen. Where do we put families? What is our plan? How do we activate this? We've reported on this in the past, and as you prepare for these things, you hope you never have to use it. But we know that, it becomes a faster process because they have prepared to get those families reunited, and we are worried, about the families that are maybe still waiting for that.
And until police had confirmed that the shooter was taken down, other schools in that area, all over that area, were in their own lockdown. These other schools,
I'm told, even to the suburbs.
Into the suburbs
you
too.
didn't know.
Places, because you take precautions.
And that's what you need to do. Unfortunately, in this day and age, that is what we need to do here. The schools have taken precautions, the hospitals are taking precautions, and they are prepared for when things like this happen. But I don't think anyone is ever prepared for anything like this.
No, you're not. Unfortunately, you're not. So we're still waiting for that press conference. Again, that is scheduled at 10:30 this morning from leaders in Minneapolis to brief us as far as what happened here. Hopefully, we'll get a timeline of events and we'll be able to piece together the information. Again, that's at 10:30 this morning on this Wednesday. Now, we do have team coverage out at Annunciation School. If we can we check in with our Barrett Leone?
Or our Caroline Cummings. Both Barrett. Okay, we'll get them coming up in just a moment, but we just heard from Caroline. She and Barrett Leone are both out there. They are talking with families out there, talking with people out there, and they said they have just talked with someone. So we're going to get back to them coming up in just a minute. They are doing the hard work out there on the ground, because I will tell you, it is not easy to do that.
We do know also there are 10 kids at HCMC. We just got an alert from Bishop Kenny. Yes, 10 kids at HCMC.
Okay. All right.
So we'll check in once again, as we said, with our Barrett Leone and our Caroline Cummings, who are both there on the ground at Annunciation this morning. We also have a crew that is over at HCMC there, because as Maria just mentioned, children have gone, or victims, I should say, have gone over to HCMC. Kids have gone over, 10 kids over at HCMC. We understand 5 children are over at Children's Minnesota, because as you would expect, depending on how old these kids are, as we mentioned, this school goes K through 8. We have young kids at this school, and sometimes it's children's hospitals that deal with these types of injuries in different ways than they would be at the normal trauma hospitals. Thankfully, we have 3 trauma hospitals that are here in our area as well. So we will continue to try and keep you updated just as soon as we get this. Is constantly coming in from us from the different hospitals, so we're trying to turn around the information as quickly as we can to you.
We're also seeing a statement this morning from Education Minnesota. You talked about, Heather, this being a brand new school year and gearing up for a brand new school year. We are heartbroken and horrified by today's mass shooting at Annunciation Catholic School. Back to school should be a time of joy, not fear and sorrow. Our hearts are with the educators, students, and families impacted by the senseless gun violence. Enough.
And I also think about all of the students that would be going back to school next week. So there are many students that started this week. Annunciation, for example, started there on Monday. So this is just the 3rd day of school, as people are starting to just gel together as a school, as a classroom. But there are so many students that start next Tuesday, and these parents are taking a look at this right now and thinking, oh my gosh, my kids are headed back to school. That is supposed to be the safe place for them.
Yeah. When you send your kids to school, you think you're sending your child to a safe place. That's the goal, right? Your child is safe in school. They are there to learn, to get an education. They are there to make friends. They're there to associate with other people. This isn't supposed to happen. This is never, should anyone ever have to go into a place where they worry that they are going to lose their life or something could happen like this. You just hate to see this.
And even if you don't have a child at this school, even if you don't have a child in any school, I just got an email from just one of our viewers, and she said, we just want you to know that many of us are praying for Minneapolis and all that has transpired at Annunciation Catholic School today. Pray for the families, the responders, and everyone covering this horrific incident. Stay safe there. And that's just from someone who's just watching this. I mean, it affects everyone at a human level, no matter the situation that you are in, no matter your experience.
I think that's the hard part of all of it. I mean, it impacts us all.
You can't not feel.
You can't not feel it.
When you hear about this.
And not only that, but we're feeling it immediately, but this is going to reverberate in our community for weeks and months and years to come.
Right. Let's check in with our Caroline Cummings. She has been there on the scene throughout the morning. Caroline, we understand you've been talking with people there.
Yes, we just spoke with a woman who I met actually when I got here. What time is it? 10:30. I got here about an hour and 45 minutes ago. She lives in the neighborhood. She heard the police sirens and said something's going on, walked down here and watched this all unfold. Basically her sentiment was, this is your worst fear as a parent, and she has a child who's in her last year of school, in high school, and so from that perspective, as a parent, she just feels so deeply for the families and the shock and horror of the situation and what they must be feeling, but also too that this is a close-knit community, she says. So everybody who lives around here, whether they have a child who goes to this school, whether they attend this church or not, it's really hitting so close to home. I just turned the corner before I came back on camera here. The closest we can get to the church is just right around this corner behind me. And I could see a very large police presence and a group of people out there, looked like some family members as well as police outside of the church. And looks like we're seeing some people leave the church here too. A family just walked by, really young child there. I mean, looked as and then the BCA just arrived on scene as well. You should be seeing that on your live picture right now. So still a very active situation here, more law enforcement coming. Some of the The ambulances that I had told you about that lined the block have since left, but still a few of them, especially closer to the church, which is right next to the school on West 54th Street, guys.
Hey, Caroline, we do have new information coming in. This is a city council person from Minneapolis telling our Jonah Kaplan that 2 students have been confirmed dead and 7 are in critical condition. So that's new information just coming to us from one of the Minneapolis City Council people. We do expect to hear more from the city of Minneapolis coming up in just a bit. We understand that they are delayed in that press conference. This is normal. It was scheduled for 10:30. Yep. When this information is constantly changing, it's a normal thing for these briefings to be delayed there. But once again, new information coming in, just devastating information. 2 students dead. This is coming from a Minneapolis City Council member telling our Jonah Kaplan.
So that's the newest information, and we were waiting on some of those results as some of that information did in fact come in. So the presser in Minneapolis, that was moved back a little bit. We understand that HCMC is also supposed to be hosting a presser. They pushed that back. That's scheduled at 11 o'clock. So a lot of information that we are still waiting to come in. We're still trying to piece all of this together ourselves because there's still so many things that we do not know right now. So as soon as we get that information, we will make sure to pass that along to you.
Yeah, the information we've also gotten, which I believe this is past this point, but that the bomb squad was called in. They were worried that there was an improvised device there on scene. Obviously, with people nearby now, we feel that danger has passed. But there are so many different layers to this that have happened this morning, from the people impacted to people trying to investigate and make sure people are safe, to the information, the devastating information that we are now learning. And that we'll continue to learn throughout today. And Heather, as you mentioned, these briefings that they share with us, they can be pushed back because they want to get information to the community as soon as possible when there is a situation where people are in fear and it's a time like this. They also want to make sure that the information they have is accurate. And so they're doing what we're doing, similarly, getting information from all the hospitals where victims have been taken, from families.
Jen, I want to interrupt you real quick because we're going to go to Marielle Mose, who was able to talk with a witness who says that they escaped the gunman. Marielle, what can you tell us?
Yeah, good morning, Heather. So we're actually in downtown Minneapolis right now, where this witness works to catch up with him after he saw or he heard these gunshots ring out this morning on his way to work. He lives in the Armitage neighborhood, not many blocks from where this shooting took place at Annunciation School. Here's what he had to say of what he heard this morning around 8:20 this morning.
There was 2 cars in front of us that just stopped in front of the school. So we were like the 3rd car behind. And I saw a man running up the street the other way, and he was frantically running, like he was running for his life. And so that kind of alerted me that something was wrong. We heard probably about 15 to 20 gunshots in about 30 seconds. So we just booked it. We took a left. We jumped on Harriet. You know, we drove by and we said, "Are you okay? Do you want to come in the car with us?" And he said, "Yes, please." He's like, "Someone's shooting at me. Someone's shooting at me." And so we get in the car and we just ask him what's going on. He said that a man dressed in all black was firing shots, and he didn't see anything else besides what he was wearing, but he hit the ground. His hands were all beat up from hitting the ground so hard. Then he got up and he said, "I have to start running. I have to go."
So, learning more about what this person witnessed, he said that this runner got in his car and he brought him to safety to his home. He said that because the runner was running outside the school and saw this gunman, I asked him, "Well, was this shooting taking place outside?" And the runner told this witness that the gunman was shooting in the parking lot near the school. Again, police will, I'm sure, confirm all of this later, but this is just what the runner told this witness who heard the gunshots. And another thing that this witness told us, he said that police arrived within seconds of these gunshots ringing out from all directions, and that was definitely the most comforting thing for him as someone who lives near the school. He was really proud to see how fast the first response was to this incident.
Right. And Marielle, we know that this school is right on the border of Richfield and Minneapolis, so it's in an area that would have a large police department nearby to be able to get there closely. So thank you for that information as we move forward here. Marielle Mose for us live in downtown Minneapolis. Once again, I do want to remind
people that as this early information comes in, as these early witness reports come in, we really have to take a lot of this with a grain of salt. We are trying our very best here to vet the information as it comes in. So we do expect to hear more coming in from Minneapolis police in just a bit. But you just, no matter what you heard from that man was just the fear that people had as they heard these gunshots outside of a church, outside of a school.
And that's going to be a really important part of the puzzle, Heather. It's talking with other witnesses, Minneapolis police, ATF, FBI. They're going to want to talk with everyone who may have left the scene to really paint the picture as far as what happened. So again, it's going to take some time before we kind of know everything that unfolded as police continue to talk to witnesses. But right now, the focus has got to be on those victims and everyone who is at that school or everyone who may be at the hospital who is hopefully going to be okay. We know that's not the case, unfortunately. Again, 2 people dead. We understand up to 20 victims in the shooting that took place at a Catholic school right here in Minneapolis, Annunciation School, the church in question, the school in question, I should say.
And according to that city council member, 2 dead, 7 critically injured at the hospitals right now.
And we know they're in a variety of different hospitals there. We have some victims that have been taken to HCMC, 10 victims, I believe there. Is that right, Maria?
That was 10 victims.
10 victims there,
yes.
5 victims who are over at Children's Hospital right now. We've heard from HCMC and Children's that they are taking care of those victims there. We don't know if they are students. We don't know if they are teachers or just members of the community that just happened to be at that church this morning at 8:37 when those first shots rang out. That was the report that came in initially. And as Marielle mentioned, you had police officers descend upon that scene immediately. And that is what you're going to have when you hear a report of a mass shooting at a school, at a church there. And again, it's in a heavily populated area. Annunciation Catholic School, Annunciation Church is right at the border of Richfield and Minneapolis there. So you have large police departments that are nearby that can get there right away, which we know is always an important response times in situations like this are critical.
Yeah, I mean, we know 30 seconds can save a life. We know that. Just to reiterate, we are waiting on a press conference from Minneapolis city leaders on everything that has unfolded. WCCO has crews throughout Minneapolis this morning. We've got our Barrett Leone, we've got our Caroline Cummings. They are at the school, Annunciation School. We also have our John Lordson. He is on his way to HCMC, where a press conference is now scheduled for 11 o'clock this morning. So we have crews spread out throughout. We also have our Jonah Kaplan. He is out and about, working to get more information on everything that has unfolded, and we are here to bring you the latest information. So make sure you stay with us, because as we mentioned, we're still waiting for that press conference to get underway.
We are. We also right now are just getting new sound in from a witness. Do we have that sound right now, Aaron?
Okay, sounds like we don't have it just yet.
Okay, so we'll get that for you just as soon as we can. As you might understand, things are happening very quickly here in the newsroom and behind the scenes here. We have many crews working very hard to get this most up-to-date, most accurate information there.
And some of the information that we expect to learn at this press conference is some of what we've shared with you already. Up to 20 victims. We were told that 10 victims were transported in critical condition to area hospitals, and we have learned that 2 people have died from their injuries.
2 students, 2
children. 2 students have died from their injuries. So we expect to hear and learn more about what unfolded this morning and about those victims and potentially the condition of those other victims. We may also learn about the 2 students who died. But that is what we expect to hear from city leaders as soon as they are ready to go on air. We will take that live.
One thing that was really interesting that we noticed before, when we took those live looks before, we saw a drone sitting on the ground. And Jen, I'm glad you're here for part of this conversation, because we know technology is a really big part. They can use these drones when crews don't feel it's necessarily safe to go inside. They can use these drones to assess pictures from above, which really helps.
They can. In fact, we just reported, Barrett reported on Minnetonka Police launching their first program just this week to use that as first responders to get to scenes. But we do know that drones can help determine if there is someone in a building or what that looks like there. We don't know yet how or if that was used in this situation, but we do know that crews responded, or emergency responders responded very quickly to the scene.
You can see
shots fired.
Live shots here from the scene there. And Jen, as we're waiting to see what happens here, I want to go back. You've done several stories about tracing guns. What happens now in terms of any guns that were used in this shooting here?
Right, we know that of at least one unknown if there were any other guns beyond the one, but we know that the ATF, the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Agency, federal agency, will trace that gun. So here's what happens when you trace a gun. We took you to the National Tracing Center in West Virginia, but what they do, it's a process. They'll take a serial number if there is one off that gun. They will go to the manufacturer, that's the first step, to find out where that gun went. Then they'll go to what's called an FFL, a Federal Firearms Licensee. That's a gun store, a store where guns are sold. And they'll find out and have to pull physical paperwork. It's not in a computer system because it can't be tracked that way, but a physical paperwork of who purchased that gun and when. We'll be able to find out then if that gun was purchased by the shooter or if it was purchased by someone else. There are a lot of ways that guns can be transferred: by private sale, by selling it to back to a federal firearms licensee, but getting the information of who first bought a weapon can give investigators a place to start and to learn information.
Right, and we know in all kinds of school shootings, the people who have done the school shootings have gotten their guns in a variety of ways, sometimes legally, sometimes illegally.
Right. Sometimes they are of age and have been able to purchase one because they don't have a criminal history or anything from preventing them from buying a weapon. Sometimes it has been a family weapon or something that is in their house, and other times they're getting them illegally or off the street.
What you're looking at right here is video of first responders when the shooting was first reported. First responders running to the scene, rushing to the scene. You saw the line of ambulance and fire trucks rushing to the scene along with first responders. This is the moment that, again, you can look like the bomb squad, SWAT team just arriving at the scene at Annunciation Church.
And this is earlier video?
This is earlier video. This is earlier video from this morning when law enforcement first got to the scene,
It has now been 2 hours since the incident, since first reports of gunfire.
Right. The first reports coming in this morning at 8:37, and as we heard from our Mario Mose, witnesses out there say officers were on scene almost immediately there in that spot. You just saw the video of all these ambulances coming. We know that at least 15 people are at the hospital. We know 20 people were shot. We also understand that 2 students, 2 children, have died here this morning over at Annunciation. This is a live picture here of the front of the school. All morning long, families have been coming in. They've been coming in towards the back of the school. So what we've been seeing here mostly at the front of the school is law enforcement. They're asking people, the community right now, to stay away from this area over at 54th and Lyndale as they continue to make sure that the families are reunified, that make sure that everyone is safe and okay. They have confirmed to us that they believe now the shooter is dead, so they say there is no threat to anyone else right there. But still, as you can see, with all of these officers and all of these families coming in, it's helpful if people stay away from what we know is a very busy area. There's people that work over there, there's people that shop over there, that go to the library over there. There's drugstores, there's grocery stores. But just right now, for this morning, it's best to stay away from that spot right near 54th and Lyndale.
Heather, you alluded to this before, but the Catholic community, it can be a very small and uniting community.
Yes.
And one thing that you alluded to before is that other nearby schools, they also got lockdown alerts.
They did, and Jen mentioned this earlier. So all of these schools, no matter what kind of school you are, if you're a Catholic school, a private school, a public school, you have been through these drills. You have planned for this. You have prepared for this in the same ways that unfortunately the hospitals have had to plan and prepare for these things too. So until there was confirmation that this shooter was down, these schools in this area, I know, Jen, you would talk to some schools even in the suburbs that were on lockdown as well.
Because you don't know where that threat is until you've learned that the threat is gone. And so schools, I'm being told across, in the metro, were on lockdown until we learned that the shooter was down. But what we also know is we've reported on emergency practices in hospitals, in schools, protocols that are in place so that we know that they are doing as much as they can, if and when a situation like this happens, always preparing, hoping that they never have to use what's been prepared. You know, I was inside Hennepin Healthcare just over a year ago, talking with them about how they plan for an emergency like this, how many people they call, and the text messages that go out.
Yeah.
I mean, they have folders of protocol and a binder that they open, and they go through and exactly here are the steps that are supposed to happen. Literally textbook. But they've been preparing for this all the time. I mean, people are continually trained in what to do. But so much of training and preparation can only go so far, right, until the moment happens, because the variables, as they've told me, are who's coming in, what kind of condition, where is that wound, how do we treat them? And every person and every injury is different. And so the playbook gets you to how do we get all the staff in? How do we get all the people in? How do we scale up quickly so that we have the people here to treat as many victims are needed in a large-scale event?
So you're talking about gunshot wounds there. Those are not easy things to treat, especially if you have 10 people coming in critical condition.
And we've talked with surgeons there who treat these victims in the emergency room. And in fact, we talked with one who treated you know, Jamal Mitchell, Minneapolis police officer, and the trauma that goes along with you know, really serious situations like this when there is a police officer shot or now kids, and how they work through it. And what they tell me is that they just put their head down and they do what they were trained to do to save lives. That is the ultimate goal, to save lives.
And you think about it, because these doctors, these nurses, these technicians, they're all human. And you see a child come in with a gunshot, and you are grateful for their training, that they are able to put their head down and do what they need to do, because I think most humans would just crumple and break down if that's something that
they have a pediatric unit that treats. I mean, it comes in through the emergency room, and then there is a pediatric unit, say at Hennepin Healthcare, that continues to treat.
But you know, you talk about community, Heather, and Jen, you just alluded to this too. Like, even though this incident happened in South Minneapolis, where they were treated at various hospitals. You think about all those hospital workers and what they are going through treating those patients. You think about all the law enforcement officers who are at the scene, what they are going through. Think of all the people at the school. Think of everyone who lived in the community. This reverberates, it impacts everyone. You know, and I think everyone, like you alluded to, Heather, before, when it comes to a child starting school, again, it's supposed to be a celebratory time, something to celebrate going to school. Be excited about going to school. And something like this unfolds.
Let's go now. We do have that sound we had mentioned to you earlier. Caroline Cummings and Barrett Leone, both on the scene there. They've been talking to people there. Let's hear what they had to say.
We love our neighborhood. This is your typical caring neighborhood. To have this happen so close to home, it just is heartbreaking.
I mean, this neighbor doesn't have a child who goes to this school, but has a child that goes to Holy Angels, another Catholic school.
Right, Annunciation is a feeder school into Holy Angels there. So I'm sure this mother knows children, knows families that are at that school, and if they don't, their son or daughter who is at Holy Angels certainly knows these families. I mean, you are hitting, these are kids that play hockey, play basketball with kids from all over. It's not just the kids at these schools. These are other kids, maybe, I mean, I hope young children aren't watching this right now, but that are watching right now, their parents watching this right now and thinking, is this person okay? I play, you know, basketball with them. I played volleyball with them. Is this family okay?
You alluded to something before, Heather, because you said, you know, even though this was a school, this was also a place where people go to church. This was daily mass. People come to daily mass on Wednesdays at 8:15. So this is anyone can come to this community church. So this was not only members of the community, could be members of the community, but it was also the school population who was in there as well.
We heard from Marielle Mose, who talked to a runner outside the school. You know, this is impacting everyone. We're not even exactly sure where the shooting actually took place. We're hoping to hear that shortly from Minneapolis police as they're going to be giving us a press press conference.
Yeah, we are still waiting for them to share more information. We had originally heard 10:30. We know that that time can fluctuate as they are gathering more details to be prepared to share the very latest and confirmed information with us and with the community.
They want to make sure they get it right. They want to make sure they've got everything buttoned up before they present that information out there, for sure.
Absolutely. And we too here want to make sure that we give everything right. We know people are listening closely today, not only here in Minneapolis, in Minnesota, but all over the country. I mean, when a school shooting happens, and it happens far too often here in our country, I think all the way back to Columbine there. And it just how many school shootings have happened since then, and it still hits so hard every time.
Let's check in with our Jason Rantala. He continues our team coverage. He's on the south side of the school. Jason, what are you seeing from your vantage point?
AJ, we're just about a block south of Annunciation Catholic School. Right behind me, you can see it is taped off. You see some squad cars and authorities over there. We were just about a block west of here when we saw family after family streaming out of here with their kids. Tears, emotions, just a devastating sight to see here. Some anger from some parents about preventing something like this in the first place, but emotions understandably running high, just a devastating, heart-wrenching, really, really hard to see. I stopped over at F45. There's a fitness center just about a kitty corner from the block over here, and they said that they've canceled classes for the day at the fitness center. They actually had some families gather in the parking lot right after this happened, so it was a gathering space for them. They too are heartbroken. It was just a month ago that, if you remember, DJ Juice, we covered that on our news, was shot and killed. They're still looking for the suspect. Just more gun violence. They have a memorial for DJ Juice over there, and now this just adds on, and they're just wondering when the gun violence is going to stop. But amidst all of this trauma, all this tragedy, a neighbor here in southwest Minneapolis, Leslie, actually brought her dog over here, her golden retriever, a therapy dog, to help comfort some of the kids and families coming out of the building. So amidst all of this darkness, amidst all of this sadness, we've got neighbors coming in looking to support the families here that have just been impacted by the absolute unthinkable here in southwest Minneapolis. You guys, back to you.
Right. And Jason, you're absolutely right. I mean, this is truly, it is a Catholic school, but it is truly a community Catholic school. So many kids from the neighborhood are there, and they are friends with kids, other kids in the neighborhood that might not go there, that are probably thinking, oh my gosh, like, is my friend okay? Is this person okay? Is this family okay? It's in a very populated area right there on Jason Rantala, again, live for us this morning.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm John Dickerson. As many as 20 people are injured in a Catholic school shooting in Minneapolis. This is happening at Annunciation Church. At least 3 people are dead. One is the shooter, who died by suicide. We have been watching emotional scenes of families hugging their children as they get released and are reunited. We are now going to listen into officials who are giving a briefing.
You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation. We are a Minneapolis family. But to everybody out there, do not think of these as just somebody else's kids. Those families are suffering immense pain right now. Think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance. These are the sort of basic assurances that every family should have, every step of the day, regardless of where they are in our country. I'm so deeply saddened, and I'm so sorry to the families that I know are suffering right now. My ask is to everyone, stand by them, love them. These families have forever been changed, and we've all been changed with them. We need to do everything possible to support them through this time. We have a family resource center that has been set up. I'm grateful for all of the law enforcement agencies from a number of different jurisdictions, and all the different departmental support that we've received. They're going to be working tirelessly. There's also a family resource center that is being set up as we speak to make sure that we're there for everybody. Again, to the families that are suffering, to those that have experienced loss, I'm so deeply sorry. We're going to be with you every step of the way. We love you. This kind of act of evil should never happen, and it happens far too often. The chief will provide additional details.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N, O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis police chief. Earlier today, just before 8:30 a.m., our city experienced an unthinkable tragedy. Minneapolis police officers responded to a report of a shooting at a mass that was happening at the Annunciation Roman Catholic Church on the block behind me. This worship service was marking the first week of school for children that are attending the Annunciation Catholic School. During the Mass, a gunman approached on the outside, on the side of the building, and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the Mass. Shooting through the windows, he struck children and worshipers that were inside the building. The shooter was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible. Police officers from the Minneapolis Police Department immediately responded, entered the church, and attempted to provide first aid and rescue some of the children that were hiding throughout the building, while other first responders came and EMS responded to rush victims to nearby hospitals. 2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews. Their parents have been notified. 17 other people were injured, 14 of them being children. 2 of those children are in critical condition. The coward who fired these shots ultimately took his own life in the rear of the church. Our hearts are broken for the families who have lost their children, for these young lives that are now fighting to recover, and for our entire community that has been so deeply traumatized by this senseless attack. We will stand together to protect our children, our schools, and our houses of worship. This deliberate act of violence is just a sign of cruelty that is beyond comprehension. Our hearts are broken for everyone that's been affected by this tragedy. As we begin the difficult path of healing, I want the community to know this, that even in the face of such evil, the Minneapolis Police Department and all of our law enforcement partners stand with our community. We stand with these families and with this parish. We will continue to be here for you. With that, the investigation is obviously in its preliminary stages. and I will attempt to take some questions to provide further information.
Chief, what can you tell us about the suspect in this case? How old was he? Any kind of motivation? Any notes or any other information left behind?
So we were looking, the question was, what can be said about the shooter? We believe it is one suspect, a sole shooter. We believe he is deceased. He is in his early 20s, does not have an extensive known criminal history, and we are looking through information left behind to try and determine some type of motive. Yeah.
How many kids at the school? How many kids at the school?
How many children? There were, I don't have an exact, the question was how many children at the school. There were dozens of children inside the mass at the time. I don't have an exact count. The children have been relocated into the school, which is where their families are reunifying with them.
Other than the weapons,
Reg.
Other than the weapons, was the shooter a student, former student? Was he a former employee? Do we know that?
The question was, do we know if the student was, if the shooter was a former school employee or a former student? We don't have that information.
Did he leave anything behind other than the weapons?
There's a vehicle. The question was anything left behind? There's a vehicle that we believe that the suspect used that is being searched, and we will be conducting other searches related to this. Inside the parking lot here.
There
Yep.
was some neighbors who said that the door to the church had been barricaded.
Yep.
Is that correct?
So the question was, neighbors had said that the door to the church had been barricaded. The shooter approached on one side of the church building, and on that side, at least two doors, it appears there had been like a 2x4 placed. So not all of the doors around the building, but on the side where the shooter did fire.
And on the outside?
On the outside, yes. The question was there any explosives? There were reports of that. There were no explosives or improvised devices that we found. I do believe there was one, I guess you would call it a smoke bomb, like not an explosive, but a sort of a firework that would release smoke.
And which side of the building? North, south?
The side that is closest to us, here, on this side, yep.
Was this incident related also at these nearby homes?
I don't have specific information on that I can release. The question was, is he dead from a gunshot wound? The answer is yes. We believe he took his own life in the parking lot.
Was this outside or both inside that he was shooting?
The question was he shooting outside and inside? He was absolutely shooting outside of the building on the side of the church, inside through the windows. It appears he may have gone inside, but I don't believe we've located any casings inside the building. So I'm not certain if he fired also while inside. It appears, if not all, most of the shooting happened outside the building.
Chief, is this shooting related to any other shootings that happened in the last 24
So,
hours?
yeah, Taylor's asking, is this related to any of the other shootings? This does not appear to be related to any other shooting in the city.
Do you know approximately how many rounds were fired?
The question was how many rounds? I would say it's in the dozens. We don't have an exact count. There's a sidewalk on the outside as well as a grassy area. So obviously we are going through and taking our time to process the scene.
Was he firing just one weapon, like the rifle?
The question was he firing one weapon? We believe he had fired all three. He had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol.
Chief, was this individual licensed to conceal and carry? Did he have any?
Were the weapons, was he lawfully carrying the weapons? I don't have that information. And I don't have any information on any significant criminal history either.
Was he dressed at all in any tactical type of gear or anything?
It appeared he had some black clothing on, his cargo type pants. I guess you could interpret that as, however you like.
All right,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen, thank you for helping us to get the information out today. We have a lot
No more
work
questions?
that needs to be done. We will return back later today to provide more details as they become available, and we'll let you know how you can know about that in the moments to come. Thank you.
Okay.
How can the public help?
That's it. Thank you.
What we have just witnessed is a briefing by the police chief, Brian O'Hara, who has updated us on the shooting at Annunciation Church in Minneapolis. He tells us that 2 children, ages 8 and 10, have been killed while they sat in the pews, according to the chief, during Mass. This is a Mass that started at 8:15. It does every Wednesday for this school during the school year. 17 were injured, 14 of them children, 2 of them critical. The shooter, according to the police chief, was in his early 20s. No association with the school that they know yet, was dressed in black clothing. The majority of the gunfire came from the outside, through into the sanctuary windows, and the shooter took his own life. Let's turn now to CBS News Homeland Security correspondent Nicole Skanga. Nicole, what are you hearing, and what is your reaction to what you heard in that briefing there from the police chief?
John, a few key details from police, including that the shooter had fired off dozens of rounds from 3 different weapons. A rifle, we know from law enforcement sources, that is a semi-automatic weapon, in addition to a shotgun and a pistol. The majority of those shot outside, and this suspect approaching from the side of the church, firing through stained glass windows, aiming directly at students who were kneeling in the pews praying at the time of this incident. In addition to that, we know that authorities right now are searching the gunman's vehicle that was parked in the parking lot. Initially, we had heard reports of a possible improvised explosive device. At this point in time, law enforcement have not found that. They did find what they called a firework, a smoke bomb in the car, but no significant criminal history for this individual. Police say they are searching some information that was left behind by the shooter, possibly going through electronics. We know that the FBI is on the scene and completing a forensic scrub of this individual. Police also say that the gunman was standing in the rear of the church when he took that self-inflicted gun wound, ending his life, and that law enforcement were on the scene within minutes, John, and that they immediately rendered first aid to students there on the ground. Of course, you mentioned that there are 17 injured now, including 14 that are children and 2 that are in critical condition there. But just horrific to hear the police chief there, Brian O'Hara, describe how police not only rendered first aid, but had to go find students who were hiding within the church, scared at what had just unfolded.
Nicole Skanga, thank you. Let's go now to CBS News reporter Nydia Cavazos, who is at the scene. Nydia, what do you see there?
John, the first words out of that press conference were "children are dead," and those words perfectly well describe what this scene is like at this moment. It is a very difficult scene. We are just outside of Annunciation Catholic School. We are surrounded by a very, very heavy presence of police officers, state troopers from Minneapolis. The FBI is here. We just witnessed multiple K-9 units going in. Many tactical vehicles are also going through this road heading up to the school. Now, when we were arriving, when our crew was making our way here, we were hearing sirens of officers coming in, helicopters around the area, and just to give you a sense of what we were hearing. But as we were walking over here, given that the roads were closed, we were also witnessing how parents were carrying their children. The children had their arms, their tiny arms wrapped around their parents and still in their Catholic school uniform. Now, we are currently witnessing as well some of the police officers and FBI agents who are going door to door knocking on some of these nearby homes. We did have a chance to ask the police chief about this, but there are no details on that. And of course, we will continue to inquire about this. Back to you.
Nydia Cavazos, thank you. Yes, those forest green shirts that the students wear, that's why you'll see any of the students wearing those shirts. That's the school uniform. Justice correspondent Scott McFarland joins us now. Scott, the federal officials have been briefed across all of the various different departments. What are you hearing? What do you observe?
The FBI, the Minneapolis field officer there, helping lead this investigation, obviously in conjunction with the Minneapolis police chief, from whom we just heard. The Minneapolis police chief, Brian O'Hara, who spoke there, he was brought into Minnesota after George Floyd's murder to rejuvenate that police department and to build outreach to religious institutions. I've met with him many times. He has done visits to churches to try to ingratiate himself with the community. This is the type of place he has been before. The kids at this school, these are 3 to 13-year-olds. The 2 children killed, 8 years old and 10 years old, 14 other children wounded at a mass that was known through the community. This was the back to school mass at Annunciation Church on the third day. And as so many parents across the country know, this is the week when your kids go back to school. You're posting the photos on Facebook with the new backpacks, the new school uniforms. It's a time of joy. And Mayor Jacob Fry, who is finishing his second term this year, said, don't just say thoughts and prayers. These kids were literally praying. Some of the questions I'll note from that news conference, they echo the same questions Nicole and I have been asking our sources this morning. Is there a connection between this shooter and the school or the church or the community? That question was not answered. Do we know if those firearms were legally owned? Chief didn't have that information either. Here's what we know from sources who have investigated school shootings or shootings in religious institutions in the past. Oftentimes, almost all the time, those guns were legally obtained or stolen from a family member, and often there is some connective tissue between either the suspect and the people at the building, the school, or the suspect and the religion, that this could have a motivation that ties either to that school or to that faith. That's the pattern that the Secret Service and FBI have found in frequent investigations of mass shootings. But that information was not answered by the Minneapolis Police Chief, John, obviously, nor was a name given.
Scott McFarland, thank you. Just for those who don't have kids, an 8-year-old, which is the age of one of the victims, you're learning multiplication tables. At 10 years old, the age of another victim, you're learning fractions, decimals. These are students that are in the basic stages of learning, and this is and now what has come to into their lives. We're joined now by Tim Gallagher. He's a former FBI official. Tim, your thoughts?
Yes, thanks for having me on here. Absolutely horrific scene in Minneapolis. Having sent my children to Catholic school for 12 years, they were in those same pews years ago, and it's just heartbreaking to see this play out.
Tim, I was just thinking there, students now beginning the school year, as Scott McFarland mentioned, there is so much a sense of optimism, of chapters beginning, the hope that comes with both on the beginning of the school year and a morning mass. But it is a regular part of school teaching to prepare students for this. Even though kids may not be able to read chapter books yet, they have to prepare. What kind of training would students be given to prepare for this kind of eventuality?
Yeah, sadly, it is part of the training that children receive in their schooling and in houses of worship, and it's absolutely necessary. Actually, preventing an active shooter is extremely difficult, but you can mitigate the actual loss of human life, through training and making sure that every child, has a plan of what they will do if something like this were to happen. And it's critical that it's delivered not with a you could be next attitude where it could, to frighten the children, but just so that, okay, if something bad happens like this, here's what you're going to do. And you saw that some of the children were hiding. I'm sure that was part of the training. That's like you want to hide yourself away from the scene, run as fast as you can. That's going to be part of it. And it's as well as basic first aid. That's going to be part of the training as well. Just to prevent loss of life post gunshot.
And Tim, what kind of questions would you be anxious to get the answers to? Having worked at the FBI, had association with these kinds of cases, what's on your mind in terms of questions you'd want answered?
Well, sure. You're looking to see, what the association is, with this institution. And you saw the chief said that they did not know, and fully 1/3 of active shooter cases, there's no association. It's just a crime of opportunity. But we want to know, this is a 20-year-old. What brought him here on this day, and who else may have known? It would have been some leakage, as we say in the industry, where they started to hint to people that they were getting ready to do something. They can go through all of his electronic devices, things that he posted, things that he may have sent to himself that are, resident on his devices, whether it's his laptop or his phone. And they're going to be careful doing this. We heard about there was smoke bombs, but you're always looking to see where there's a secondary device, this stuff would be trapped out there, whether it's a car, whether it's an apartment, whether it's his bedroom. These are all things that law enforcement will meticulously look to ensure that there's no further threat. And then they'll be looking to see who knew what, was anyone possibly tipped off, and then drilling down on the motive, what drew him here on this day.
All right. Tim Gallagher, thank you so much. Joining us now is CBS News national security contributor Samantha Vinograd. Sam, I understand you have experience with Minneapolis when you were at the Department of Homeland Security.
John, that's right. I traveled to Minneapolis to work with members of state and local law enforcement, members of the community on preventing acts of targeted violence and terrorism. And to Tim's point, from a prevention standpoint, federal officials work very closely with their partners and communities to ensure that every faith-based institution, as well as every school, has a bespoke, customized plan to try to mitigate damage if there is an active shooter situation. And those plans have to be carefully designed for the specific environment, in this case, the church. It looks like that plan did help mitigate some damage today. Law enforcement arrived quickly. However, the active shooter was able to get up to a window after entering the parking lot. So there will certainly, I imagine, be an assessment of whether extending the perimeter from this faith-based institution would have helped mitigate some of the damage. From a prevention standpoint as well, in these situations, oftentimes we have what we call lone wolves, individuals who radicalize and mobilize to violence on their own. That's why part of the work that I did in Minneapolis and around the country through the Department of Homeland Security was to try to encourage members of communities to ask for help if they saw an individual exhibiting potentially worrisome behavior, making threats, stockpiling weapons, and that sort of thing. Unfortunately, these lone wolves are incredibly hard to detect in advance of a mass casualty event, and that's why every member of the community is entirely helpful in terms of alerting law enforcement and other responsible individuals in a community if they see an individual radicalizing, mobilizing to violence, especially, John, after a mass casualty event like this. There's always a concern about copycat incidents and individuals who might be motivated to act after seeing this kind of high-profile mass casualty event.
That's a really interesting point. Training, and not only that institutions have to go through and be prepared for as a part of American life, but even the wider community. Thank you so much for that, Sam. Just to update everyone, 2 children are dead. 17 other people are injured after a gunman fired into Annunciation Roman Catholic Church in Minneapolis during a mass that was marking the first week of school, which started on Monday. Our coverage will continue on CBS News 24/7, your local news, and tonight on the CBS Evening News. This has been a CBS News special report. I'm John Dickerson.
I'm Reed Cowan. You're watching CBS News 24/7 on what is a national tragedy. As you see right there on your screen, 2 children, ages 8 and 10, have lost their lives, killed while praying at a mass at a Catholic church and school complex in Minneapolis. Now, a lot of us are wondering who these children are. Who are these little ones who got up this morning to go to school to attend mass? We have an opportunity to learn a little bit more from the hospital where several of those victims have been taken. Let's listen in.
All right, as we are here, I'm sorry, Derek, we do need to interrupt you here. We are getting a briefing now from HCMC.
That was delivered here at Hennepin Healthcare related to this tragic event that occurred this morning. We first received a page that we were going to have a mass casualty incident at 8:46 a.m. this morning. That gave us time to mobilize all of our resources and prepare our teams. We are a level 1 trauma center, and we prepare and we train for this. Having said that these incidents are never easy. We've had 2 in the last 24 hours that have occurred, these mass casualty incidents. The one today, we received a total of 11 patients from this incident. 2 of them were adult patients, 9 pediatric patients. 4 of them required the operating room. And up to this point in time, there have been no fatalities related to any of those patients that were brought to our organization. I want to take a moment to tell you how proud I am to work for this organization and the teams that were involved, the resources, again, that were mobilized, our surgical colleagues, our medicine colleagues, our amazing nursing staff, our psychologists that help process these events for us, environmental services, all those involved. Hennepin EMS brought in all the critical scene to our organization, and we're very lucky to have 2 emergency medicine, emergency medical services directors that were on scene and able to provide us with really important information that, again, helped us to prepare for this event. So I don't have any individual or specific information about the patients at this time for you, so that's all I can share. Thank you for being here. Any questions?
You said they were in critical condition?
7 were brought in as critical patients, and at this time, I don't know the updates on what the conditions are of many of them. 4 of them required the operating room, as I said.
There was a baby?
There were, again, 9 of the 11 patients were pediatric ages. I can't remember the exact name, the exact ages. I believe it's 6 all the way up to 14. That's the range.
Can you tell us a little bit about what types of teams you had working this morning, how many people it takes to treat a scene like that?
Yeah, you know, whenever that type of a page goes out, again, it really puts into motion a lot of a big response from all of the teams. And so we are, because we're a level 1 trauma center, we have to, mobilize certain types of resources like, operating rooms and the surgical services. We have to have emergency providers and nurses. We have to, mobilize things like the laboratory and the blood bank. So there's a lot of planning, and again, a lot of exercises we do throughout the year to prepare for these events. And unfortunately, we respond to many of them throughout the year.
Can you talk about the injuries at all, or any type of what you're seeing here with some of these patients?
I can't get into specifics, but we are dealing with gunshot wound injuries from apparently a high-velocity weapon. And, gunshot wounds can be very problematic because they can involve multiple body systems. And again, they require a lot of resources to manage. But again, we see a lot of gunshot wounds here at Hennepin Healthcare, and we're among the best in the nation every year at managing penetrating trauma. So we are used to seeing them.
Does anyone tell us where the status of the 11? Are any of them still in surgery?
I don't know the status of that. I can't share that with you at this time.
Does anyone shot more than one?
I can't share that information with you at this time.
Can you confirm the families of some of the victims that made their way here?
Yeah, we've had quite a bit of effort to stand up a Reunification center across the street here at our clinical specialty care building. And so to my knowledge, I believe all or almost all of the families and loved ones have been reunited with patients and know their status.
Do you know if anyone is being treated at any other locations?
My understanding was we had a lot of the non-critical patients that went to Children's Hospital, and I believe one went to Masonic Children's Hospital as well. I don't know the status of any of those patients.
Can you speak to the toll it takes on physicians here who have to handle these types of cases and mass casualty cases within hours?
Yeah, it does take a toll. Thank you for asking that question. I think. Again, we have psychologists that we have dedicated to our emergency department to help with our providers and our nurses and other workers that manage these types of events. Again, we've had 2 mass casualty events happen in the last 24 hours. I mean, that does take a toll. But we also have to recognize that we are here as a critical resource for our community, and we have to take time to process, the care that we deliver in these situations, and we have to be able to move forward because we are obviously needed.
And none of those patients have been discharged?
Not to my knowledge.
You said there were 11 total, and 9 of them were pediatrics ages 6 to 14, but 7 were in critical condition. Are all of those that are pediatric, those 6 to 14, are all of those in critical condition, or the ones that are older also in critical condition?
I don't want to misspeak here. I believe that all of the pediatric patients were the ones that were in a critical condition. Yes.
Did I get my numbers right in saying that?
You did.
Can you give us your specific
You are listening in to word from somebody who knows directly what is happening inside the walls and the halls of that hospital where so many children have been rushed for treatment there in Minneapolis following bullets flying inside a church service at that parish there in Minneapolis. So a lot to talk about here. Let's go live now to Anna Schechter. She's CBS News Senior Coordinating Producer for our Crime and Public Safety Unit. Anna, first of all, we understand you have new reporting on the suspect.
Well, what we learned from Chief O'Hara just there, the suspect is in his early 20s. We can report the suspect is a white male in his early 20s, and our sources believe that he's a resident near where this school is, and we continue to report this out and try to find any connection that he might have had with the school. We just heard a narrative that he was shooting from the outside of the building through the windows, including stained glass windows in the church. So those bullets were shattering those windows, and they struck the children in the pews, as we've been reporting. So tragic. An 8-year-old and a 10-year-old killed, 14 other children wounded. 17 total were wounded in addition to the 2 that were killed. The suspect took his own life. Police believe it was a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Reed?
And it looks like he had planned this by virtue of the fact that he showed up rifle, shotgun, and pistol at hand to fire those deadly bullets. Anna Schechter, thank you so much. We expect to talk to you in the coming minutes. But you know, to the point that all stories are local stories and affect people in their neighborhoods. We have an opportunity to talk to somebody named Brianna Lane. She's in Minneapolis right now. Our condolences to you. We say that with a deep heart today because we know you are a former student at this school. You have had a tragic day. Tell us where you were when the news broke about this.
My partner and I were driving down Lyndale and just speeding. Ambulances and cop cars were speeding past us, and we thought something big is happening. And then we reached 54th and Lyndale and looked over, and that they were all gathering there, and that was my school, that was my church.
So you know the inside of where this violence played out. Tell us what your reaction is to knowing that children lost their lives while on their knees in prayer, marking the first week of school, and then also that reporting that we had that several children throughout the parish were hiding.
I am enraged and I'm so sad, and I just think about how we played hide and seek in that church. We know all the hiding places, but you don't want to hide from a shooter. You never should have to hide from a shooter. We shouldn't have active shooter drills because we shouldn't need them. It's unbelievable. It hits, I know it happens so often, but it hits a little differently when it was your school and your community. I still live in the community with my family, and my friends have kids there, and I'm just in shock and enraged, and we need something needs to change in our country. We need better gun laws. We need the guns out of the hands of everyone, if I had my way.
The mayor was just here a moment ago on CBS News talking to the nation about this. He echoed some of that same frustration, but he talks about the victims. He says, think of these as your own, and said not thoughts and prayers, but stand with them. When you hear that call by the mayor of that city that is now so stunned and heartbroken say, think of these as your own, how does that hit you as somebody who knows the hallways and knows what it's like to kneel in prayer at that parish?
Absolutely think of them as your own, but what are we going to do about it? Yes, we can offer support and we can come together as a community, and I have no doubt in my mind and in my heart that people are going to come together in support of these victims and the community. But what are we going to do about it? We need actual policy change.
Brianna Lane, thank you so much, and once again our condolences for what so many people in your community are feeling and experiencing today. All right, so let's get technical here and let's drill down on exactly what she's talking about. We're joined one more time by Felipe Rodriguez. He's a former NYPD detective sergeant, adjunct professor at John Jay School of Criminal Justice in New York. All right, so you hear that this man in his 20s, who apparently has taken his own life, was outside that place where people were worshiping and shot through the windows. Reporting is a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. This would speak to planning, would it not?
Obviously, it speaks to planning, and not only just planning, the determination to carry this out. At this point, we have an individual that knew that they were having a mass, right? So we have the largest group of individuals located in one area. He then proceeded to not even go into the location. He starts firing this rifle from the outer perimeter, and then he's trying to work his way in closer. And the fact, a rifle, a shotgun, a handgun, this goes to show you the level of determination and the damage that this individual wanted to carry out. It's horrible.
We're hearing that many of the homes are still under lockdown, and some of the religious institutions in that area as well were under lockdown for a while there. In a situation like this, first of all, they have to secure that scene, right? They have to make sure the shooter is, as we report on the news all the time, neutralized or not a threat to the community any longer. We're also hearing that that suspect's car, or a car believed to be connected to the suspect, has been located in that parking lot. What will they be doing with that car? Because we have heard that the bomb squad was called out as well.
This day and age, that's right. We want to be as cautious as possible. At this point, that vehicle also becomes a part of the crime scene. And it's not just the area where the shooting took place and where the car is located. The whole perimeter now becomes an entire crime scene where we need to secure. Remember, we've already recovered 3 firearms. We don't know if he dropped one. And that's why we kind of leave it as a frozen zone. And we actually go through for the search for physical evidence. And now also we're going to try to retrieve any sort of, forensic evidence from his cell phone, laptop, anything else that might be located in that vehicle. Because one of the key things when we do the investigations is, guess what? We need to try to connect the motive.
So another important part of these scenes, and you know this well, of course, the Parental Reunification Center, where parents can go and get their children who survived. But there's also the reality that some parents got the worst news of their life, and they are right now somewhere close to that scene. What kind of care is given to those parents who are getting that horrible news?
At this point, I'm a crisis intervention instructor, and the level of trauma, not only that the parents will suffer, the children will suffer, even all the first responders that went to that scene. These are what we call schemas that almost get burned into a person's brain that will never ever come off. The level of trauma, we need psychological care for all those involved. These situations is just lifelong trauma that these children would have to live with. So we have to be mindful of that.
All of these children, somebody's somebody. And as we read here on the screen, 2 children ages 8 and 10 known to be among the dead, others in surgery right now. Felipe, thank you so much for bringing your expertise to the airways, and we're going to continue serving the conversation with our reporters, showcasing the power of local journalism from our team at WCCO, who's been there for hours. Let's listen in.
Families have been reunified there. We've seen so many families come out of the school just clutching their children. If you've seen the families, and we assume that these are the moms and the dads there, but just holding tight, both parents holding those children as they come out. Look at that. I mean, just hold. You can see that is the green uniform. That green polo shirt of that little one right there, that is the Annunciation Catholic School uniform. You see that parent holding, you see one behind holding them there. What I thought was interesting is that there are some parents that say, no, look, we just need to hold hands. We need to get out of here. We need to get home. And then you had other parents who were continuing to gather there, felt that they needed more of that community there, that they needed to talk with each other, that they needed to lean on one another in that spot. So you could see, I mean, she is just holding those kids so tightly there. This is much earlier this morning. I would say this video came in probably about an hour and a half ago. As you see, these children are being reunited with their families. You remember this happened just before 8:30 this morning. Many of these kids have been dropped off at 8 o'clock there. That's when the mass started, the welcoming mass to their school there in that spot. So this is when parents were already on their way to work, perhaps on their way to back home. The school bus had just gotten there, and they get the call that there's been a shooting at your school, so they're all rushing in that spot. Again,
Police are asking you, please stay clear of that area over there at 54th and Lyndale Avenue South over in South Minneapolis. We know it is a busy area, but there's still a lot of activity happening in that spot.
Yeah, there's a huge investigation that still has to get underway right now. Very active crime scene. You got to think inside the church, outside the church where the suspected shooter was shooting. Again, outside the church and firing inside and going through the church windows. So you think about it, if you are inside that church and you are sitting inside, you have no idea where this gunfire is coming from. So of course you're going to shelter in place, and you shelter in place until you feel it is safe. And Jen, as you alluded to, you're waiting for, this is the police, it is safe for you to come out. Think about how long it took, even if it's just a couple of minutes, how long that must have felt like for students and staff who are in that church. It must have felt like an eternity, waiting to know it is safe for them to actually come out of the building.
You want to hear that word, I'm here to help you.
Yes.
Right. That message and getting those kids out and to safety. But so many we know now were impacted by the gunfire that was shot through the window inside the church, and many didn't have the chance to run and hide.
No, and you can only imagine, you're in that church there, you're 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, and you hear what probably sounds like firecrackers. You have no idea what is going on. Perhaps a teacher is telling you to get down, get down. What the police chief said is the officers, once they went in there and really tried to help any people and any victims in there that they could, the officers then had to fan out through the school because children had ran out trying to find places to hide. You can only imagine that some may have been hiding in the bathroom or hiding in closets. That takes time to go then find these children, make sure that they understand that they are now safe, but scared to death.
And that's a process. That's a process to go from room to room to make sure every room is clear, and then you go to the next room and do the same thing over and over. So that's a process that takes time. It's a process that takes a long time, sure.
And we don't know how many people were in the
mass.
In the mass, right? Exactly. But we do know there are about 375 students in this school, all ages, grades ranging from K through 8.
Right. This is a weekly mass, so the students go to the mass every Wednesday morning. These students here at Annunciation had just started on Monday, so this was their welcome back mass to the school. Remember, these are students that are new to the school. They may not know their teacher very well. They may, some of these are kindergartners. They're starting school perhaps for the first time there, and so it should never happen at any time, in any school, in anywhere. But this is the case where it happens at the beginning of school to very young children who probably had no idea what was going on.
No, so many of them probably until it was too late, because you hear something like that, you don't realize or would ever think that you're going to hear a sound like that.
No.
And for some, it was probably too late to run and hide.
One of the things we know is that firsthand accounts help to tell the story as far as what unfolded. And we're starting to get more of those accounts that are starting to come into our newsroom right now. Let's listen to one person who describes what unfolded.
All I can say is I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we have to live in this type of world. I don't understand. And no one should be fearful of sending their child to school.
So that's a neighbor who is reacting, and you can understand, at a loss for words. Just trying to make sense of what unfolded in a
Make
neighborhood.
sense of someone going to a school and shooting children.
It just, I'm angry. This makes me so. I'm shaken up. I'm unsettled, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, because this happens too many times for anyone to make sense of why.
I don't think you ever can make sense of something like this. There is nothing that can. And even just seeing the video that we're looking at. So many first responders, so many police cars from different agencies, ambulances right there. I mean, that's something most people, when they hear an ambulance go by, they go, gosh, I hope someone's okay. It's going by my place. And to see all of that huge concentration in that neighborhood, even that is triggering for so many people. And then you learn the details of what happened, and there's so many layers to this.
Think about the first responders who heard those shots and then went into the church to look for those children.
Right.
To look, to be the helpers, to go in there, not knowing if they could take fire themselves, but then went in there to find those children.
In a matter of minutes after shots were fired.
I mean, those are heroes.
That's
They're
what
walking
heroes.
in there who are going in to help kids and to help whoever else is in there.
That's what it is, yeah.
And we know that, police officers are trained to administer some first aid until other first responders can arrive. And the chief said that that is what happened today.
Right, and they have some level of training to be able to do that, but those two are also humans there. Right. These are police officers that walked into something no one should ever have to see there. We know 2 children were killed this morning, an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old. Several other children are in critical condition throughout hospitals here in the Twin Cities. We did hear from HCMC. They tell us they have 9 kids there, 2 adults. 4 of the people that came there to HCMC did need surgery at that spot, at that point. Right now, police presence expected to be significant over there at the church and at the school. From what
CBS News 24/7 listening in to local coverage of this tragedy that played out in Minnesota right after 8:30 a.m. Minnesota time this morning. A gunman firing through church glass windows, killing 2 children. We understand many more children are at the hospital fighting for their lives in surgery right now. You know, at times like these, you often see and hear that phrase, thoughts and prayers. We heard this emotional message from the mayor of Minneapolis earlier. Let's listen in.
Just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance. These are the sort of basic assurances that every family should have, every step of the day, regardless of where they are in our country. I'm so deeply saddened, and I'm so sorry to the families that I know are suffering right now. My ask is to everyone, stand by them, love them. These families have forever been changed, and we've all been changed with them. We need to do everything possible to support them through this time. We have a family resource center that has been set up. I'm grateful for all of the law enforcement agencies from a number of different jurisdictions, all the different departmental support that we've received. They're going to be working tirelessly. There's also a family resource center that is being set up as we speak to make sure that we're there for everybody.
The call also from the mayor of Minneapolis, think of these children as your own. Nydia Cavazos joins us now live. She is at the scene. Nydia, we dispatched you to that scene because you've been in Minneapolis for the last several days covering the Democratic National Committee meetings where Democrats are meeting to talk about policy in these United States. Paint a picture of the scene that you're seeing right now.
Reed, we just heard from officials earlier this morning, and the first words that came out of that press conference were from the mayor, and he said children are dead. And those words perfectly well describe the scene at this very moment. We are just steps away from Annunciation Catholic School where the shooting took place this morning. We continue to be surrounded by a very, very heavy presence of officials. We have the Minneapolis Police Department, the Sheriff's Department, FBI agents who we witnessed were also going door by door to these surrounding homes, knocking on these doors. We're still awaiting more details as to what they were doing in these nearby houses. But as you mentioned, we were already in Minneapolis. We had been covering the Democrats as they united. They had these summer meetings talking about the different policies, and we heard from Governor Tim Walz. And this is a city that is no stranger to tragedy, and we ourselves witnessed how much security there was around these Democrats in Minneapolis. And then we transitioned onto the scene. And when we were coming here, we were hearing the sirens, the helicopters that were surveying this area. But what we also saw, and what was really hard to witness, was the parents walking down these neighborhood sidewalks with their children clenched around their necks, and they were still wearing their school Catholic uniform. And the looks on their faces is everything that has to be said about this tragedy. So we know that there are 2 children who unfortunately have passed away from this shooting, but there are many others who are injured and many others who will suffer from the trauma of the moments they witnessed when they were attending church this morning.
Well, and we are seeing some of the video of those parents who are among the lucky parents, right? The parents who are able to put their arms around their children who are still wearing the uniforms from that school. And it really begs the question, what do you say to a child to explain lunacy, cruelty, and violence? Nydia, to your point about Governor Tim Walz, it is our understanding that President Donald Trump has put in a call to the governor to express his condolences. As you now start to see the response, are you seeing the federal government represented there among local police to assist in that investigation?
We are seeing federal agents here on the ground since the moment we got here. Secretary Kristi Noem has also been briefed. As you mentioned, President Trump has been briefed on this situation, and Governor Walz was one of the first ones to tweet out on the shooting that took place. And he did make a point that this was the first week of school for these children in Minneapolis. We heard it from the mayor, we heard it from the students who were attending mass service of school, and what was supposed to be a normal day of classes for them ended up turning into this tragic situation that we're seeing now. Now we continue to see massive lines of police cars and state troopers who continue to go into this area. We've seen multiple canine units heading in that direction, but overall we're also seeing around these homes who are shocked. You can tell from the experiences they were here with neighbors ago who said that it was coming from the school.
All right, Nydia, we're going to jump in, Nydia, because our technology is failing us just a little bit. Understand Nydia is down there at the scene where there are a lot of radio signals and radio traffic going back and forth, and sometimes that is upsetting to the ability to get a signal out of there. Nydia Cavazos, thank you so much for that. CBS News Minnesota picks up the coverage. Let's listen in.
They scale up to make sure they have enough staff, and then if they need to, then they can go back down. But they want everyone there, all hands on deck, is the motto, until they know what's coming in and what they are working with. And it sounds like that worked this morning, the plan that they have in place to provide help to these victims.
Right.
And
it's a lot of victims, and remember, these victims, many of them, most of them are children, right? And so gunshot wounds, it's a smaller area in their body there, so it'd have a larger impact for them. I'm thinking today of what conversations families are having right now. I think back, I have children who are in this age, who are these elementary school kids here, middle school kids here. And I remember a couple years back, my one daughter, it was after a school shooting, and I remember her asking me, why? Mommy, why would someone do this? And I remember at the time thinking, Connie, I don't know. I don't have the right answer for you. And in that time, in these past couple of years, I still don't have the right answer for you. But this is a time now where whether or not you have any connection to this school, whether or not you've started school or you haven't started school, these are conversations all across Minnesota that we're going to be having today with our families. I mean, there's kids, kids are so anxious about going, many kids, I should say, not all kids, but many kids are anxious about starting the school year. Maybe you have a new kindergartner, maybe you have a 4th grader that's really anxious. They hear something like this, it's hard to escape the news these days. And these are the conversations that parents are going to be having. So some kids have already gone back to school, as you can see here, but many kids headed back to school next Tuesday.
It's just not, it's not the way to start the school year.
No.
It's an awful way to start the school year for families to have these real conversations. And tonight's going to be tough.
Yeah. Well, you think about the families who sent their kid off to school today who aren't coming home. And
you think about those communities. You think about this community and the conversation about what they're going to have today. And what you do will you ever feel whole? Like, I just can't I don't think anyone can wrap their heads around it. It's still...
No, I'm just thinking about all these families who are there, and the families of the 8-year-old and the 10-year-old who didn't make it out of Mass today, and what that is doing to their families.
Yeah.
You know, the chief said that their families have been notified, and I'm hearing about the parents who were there, you know, with their kids, with one of those kids, and how I don't even have the words to describe what that must have been like. You can't even fathom it, imagine it for that family. No. And you know, it's that's what I'm thinking about as we're learning all of this is how do you move forward?
Do this? How do you navigate?
I don't know that you do.
Yeah, you don't. And then the conversation that expands beyond this community of what this looks like and what does school safety look like as other kids start school and go back to school.
That's where the immediate thought probably needs to be. It's with those families, how they are doing, and with those families whose loved ones are in surgery right now.
Right, Mayor Fry said it too. He said this is the time where we need to come together and wrap our arms around these families here. These are Minnesota children here. These are Minnesota families. Right. And this is when we need to come together and just let them know that they are loved.
Stand by them, love
supported.
Them, support them. That's what he said,
all
and I think
that's all we can do right now, right?
That's what
There's so many people are feeling so hopeless and helpless, and wondering why. I mean, I know, just as a journalist, I've dreaded having to cover a story like this.
Right.
You know, but
it's tough. It's tough. It's a collective toll, but you think about those families that are directly involved in South Minneapolis right now.
Right.
Yeah.
We've been showing you some live pictures of the scene over at the Annunciation Catholic Church, the Annunciation School there. We've been showing you these live pictures. We have reporters on scene there, and they've told us that police have actually expanded the perimeter there. We know they actually are doing searches in the area. We understand that the shooter parked in the parking lot over at the school. They had dogs out, sniffing out in that area, and so they've expanded that perimeter there. And I have to think probably some of it is to give some of those families who were reuniting now a little bit more space for them to be able to leave in peace as they head out from that school this morning. But so they are continuing to be there on scene to talk to people. I know they've talked to several witnesses there, so we'll continue to give you that information just as soon as it becomes available to us there.
We have crews across the metro as we are covering this, from at the hospitals to the scene to other locations, and it's all to bring you the latest information on this terrible tragedy that has happened in our community. I think has impacted all of us. I'm sure you all have been getting messages as we've been sitting here from people just saying, my gosh, and I don't have words, and whatever it is, but just checking in to see, you know, to learn more, just to check in, is because you care about people in this moment, and you realize who's important and what's important.
Right. And I also want you all to be aware, to pull the curtain back just a little bit on how we operate here, is that the information that we give you has been fully sourced, has been fully vetted. I'm sure, as anyone would do, you're going online, you're looking for as much information as you can get. So understand that the information that we are giving from you is coming in from official sources, coming in from the hospitals, coming in from the doctors there. And also want you to understand that we too, as journalists, are people out there. So our reporters out there on scene who are seeing these families who are perhaps hugging or crying, we are judicial in what we choose to show, because this is the worst day of their lives for many people right now out there in that church, in that school in South Minneapolis.
So we try to be sensitive to that and understand that this is much bigger than just a story, if you will.
While at the same time trying to cover this story for all of you who want to know and want to learn more information about what is happening here. It is a balancing act.
Yeah. I want to let you know that we do have crews throughout the metro. We checked in with Susan Elizabeth Littlefield. She was at Children's Hospital. We checked in with John Lauritsen. He was at HCMC. We also checked in with Caroline Cummings, Barrett Leone. They are live at the scene. Jason Rantala live at the scene as well. So what they're doing is also giving us those first-hand accounts. They've been able to speak with people who witnessed it, maybe someone who was there.
Right here.
Here's HCMC here. So we're getting those first-hand accounts because we know that those really help to tell the story.
Can you imagine living in Minneapolis right now and your source of information is WCCO there? We're letting our national audience listen in to how they're serving their community right now after the shooting that killed 2 children, ages 8 and 10, who were at a mass celebrating the first week of school. Let's bring in CBS News Homeland Security correspondent Nicole Skanga. Nicole, what are your sources telling you right now?
Reed, good to be with you. And right now, police on the scene are continuing to search through the suspect's vehicle. They've ruled out any improvised explosive devices, although they did find something that looked very much like a firework or smoke bomb within that vehicle itself. We know that the shooter fired off dozens of rounds, most all of them from outside of the church as he was approaching the side of that church. All in all, there were 3 weapons that were fired: a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol, that rifle being a semi-automatic weapon. And investigators on the scene, including those with the ATF, are taking a closer look at those weapons right now, trying to determine if they were legally or illegally obtained, if there are any written descriptions on the weapons itself, and really just searching for a motivation now. The FBI scrubbing social media to determine whether or not the shooter had any writings or any videos that were broadcasted prior to when the events took place. What we know about the events so far have been chilling. Just shortly after 8:15 local time, the shooter approaching a student-wide mass, kindergarten through 8th grade. We're talking about 3-year-olds through 13-year-olds who were kneeling in the pews praying when shots were fired. We know that 2 students are dead, an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old, and that their parents have been notified. The rest of the students taken into school for reunification with their parents, with the exception of 14 children that were transported to area hospitals and were injured. 2 of those children in critical condition, and in addition to that, an additional 3 adults who were also injured during this shooting itself. Now, at this point, good news from police is that they believe the threat to the public is no longer. At this point, they're still early on in their investigation, but they believe that this had the makings of a lone wolf attacker, this individual having no accomplices. What it doesn't mean is that people didn't know what was going on in this 22-year-old's life when he chose to act out violently in this way. So right now we also know that investigators are trying to get in contact with his family, trying to interview friends, associates, for any sort of explanation as to why this might have happened, as they try to make these heartbroken families whole.
Well, and speaking of that effort, we understand that of the children who've been transported to local hospitals there, 9 of the 11 are children ages 6 to 14 who are in surgery at that level 1 trauma center. Scott McFarland reported earlier that there's a framework by which the FBI addresses these situations when they go in. They look to see if the shooter perhaps had some connection to the church or perhaps some gripe with the religion. Are we getting any sense about where the shooter comes from, how he knew about the comings and goings of this church, the very schedule of that mass this morning?
Yeah, there is some indication that the shooter knew that this would be a widely attended mass. This mass takes place every Wednesday at 8:15 a.m. This was the first big welcome back to school mass. It was the first week of school for these individuals at Annunciation Church and part of this school district. So some indication there. As far as a specific connection, though, to the school or the church itself, authorities say that at this point, they're not aware of that the shooter was a former student or a former employee. That's not the case, at least this far in the investigation. But certainly, as they continue to piece together the details surrounding this tragic incident, investigators are looking into why this location, why this target was chosen in particular, Reed, and that is one of the bigger questions here. We also know that the suspect had no significant criminal record at this point. Not a lot of red flags, it looks like, for law enforcement to piece together in terms of why this happened and why now.
President Trump and members of his cabinet are avowing the full support of the federal government as this investigation and response plays out. Nicole Skanga, thank you for that. And to that point, to the response, CBS News Minnesota just got an opportunity to talk to Senator Amy Klobuchar there. Let's listen.
Yes, Senator Amy Klobuchar, kind enough to come in here and talk about this situation. Senator Klobuchar,
thanks, Esme.
I know that you have a former staffer whose child was actually in the mass.
Yes.
Tell me about that, because I know you've spoken to the mom.
I have. Kate Nyland and her daughter Cora and two other children were in there. There were so many families. The kids were packed into the church because it's the beginning of school. It's the all-school mass. It's little kids. Imagine, preschool to 8th grade. Her daughter was one of the older ones, literally witnessed several of her friends shot in the stomach, in the neck. Once they got out, she personally told one of the dads of one of the friends that had been shot that her friend had been shot. You think about
this 12-year-old child.
Yes, and you think about them in there scrambling to hide literally under the pews, having just been praying, and then the next thing you know, shots are coming through these windows. They're stuck inside. I know we're going to hear heroic stories of some of the adults in the room. Several of them were shot. We know that. We know of the 2 8- and 10-year-old killed right now. We know there's 14 kids injured, several seriously, but we also know there were at least 3 adults that were shot as well and have survived. And so we don't know if they were part of the service, if they were teachers, but I'm sure we're going to hear the stories of how lives were saved.
Did Kate give any more details that her daughter shared with her?
Just that the massive horror of watching these kids get shot and then laying down underneath these pews trying to save yourself. That's what they had been instructed to do, which was the right thing. And I don't know the details about, as the chief shared, about the doors being barricaded and how many tried to get out and where they were shot. But I do think the fact that we have such great hospitals like Minneapolis Children's nearby is going to save lives. You think about these parents whose kids are right now on the operating table. They dropped them off at school like so many parents do. I remember dropping my daughter off on her first day of school, bringing her to the bus, bringing her to the school.
Was this their first day?
I'm not sure about that. I bet it was in the middle of the week, but it's that feeling of that first week of school where they're going back and they're excited and they have their new teachers, and to have this happen to such a beloved school. And as you and I were talking about, this isn't some isolated school. It's in a neighborhood with other schools around and high schools and
Washburn High
walking.
School is right there. There are little businesses there. I mean, it's a wonderful community, where everybody kind of walks around and knows each other. One of the things, obviously, that people are going to focus on is that now it was here. Now it was Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Now it was South Minneapolis. Obviously, this has happened so many times before.
You think about so many, and by the way, so many of these shooters kind of fit this profile of a person. It's in Uvalde, Texas, all those kids gunned down in the classroom, and in Buffalo, while the facts are different, the guns may be different, they were young guys that maybe shouldn't have had access to those guns. And I'm not here talking about hunters in Minnesota and parents hunting with their kids. I'm saying there must be some way, with all of the resources available to our country, that we're able to figure out on the automatics, which may not have been used here, but clearly those should not be in the hands of kids. And even some of our more conservative Democratic centers at least supported some age limit on, say, 21 of getting those guns. Then you have doing something about just mental health checks and more on background checks. We just don't know the details of who this person was. I don't. But it's never one size fits all with these shootings. So I can't help but lead to is first instinct, of course, is we've got to do everything we can to support these doctors and nurses saving the lives and support law enforcement and do everything we can to support this community. But there's got to be another piece of this. And the other piece of this is what we have to do about stopping these mass shootings. Because Nashville, Tennessee, and a school there, as I mentioned, Buffalo, Uvalde, or what we saw at the Pulse nightclub in Florida, or the school in Connecticut. Minnesota is not alone here. This is not about one state. This is about states across the nation that have seen this, and in other countries, when they put certain laws in place, they've actually had better results.
I know that you have been expressed concern about the kind of rhetoric that is out there. And obviously, we're not going to get ahead of ourselves here, but the rhetoric is pretty heated right now. What are your thoughts about that?
I believe that this rhetoric is contributing to, I'm not going to say this specific thing because you never can tie it in until you know the facts. I think back to some of these things like when Speaker Pelosi's husband was hammered. And that there was a clear
there was an attacker
through line.
Who literally came into the house and attacked him with a
there was a
hammer.
clear through line to what that person was reading on the internet. I think about some of the shooters in Buffalo, Uvalde. There was a clear through line to them engaging in sites where they were trying to get these guns purchased that were automatic and were marketed to them and the like. Clearly, the internet has made things available to people and information available, and people who already may be off balance, but they see this and then they keep fomenting in it. And so the anger and the hate, some of which is constitutionally allowed, that is for certain, but that anger and that hate is part of the issue here, because people just need to tone down their rhetoric. They need to look at actual solutions across the aisle, Democrats and Republicans, when it comes to guns, and acknowledge that this is not going to hurt hunting, it's not going to hurt lawful gun owners if we have better background checks, or if we do something about who gets assault weapons, or if we do something about ghost guns, which are common right now. We don't know how he got the shotgun, the rifle, and the pistol. We don't know if he purchased them himself or he just took them from somewhere. Sometimes it's lock boxes. The fact that we don't know now actually gives you a chance to step back and say, we know in every case the facts are different, but can't we agree that we can do some things that aren't going to hurt lawful gun owners, that could actually prevent some of these things from happening?
What stings and is so horrible and haunting about this one is Mayor Jacob Fry said, you know, we're beyond thoughts and prayers. I'm paraphrasing now. These children were literally praying. And that, to think of them in their pews for a mass celebrating start of school. But it's...
Well, one of the most frustrating things is everyone, when things happen, they say, what can we do? And they immediately help those involved, obviously. But repeatedly, that's where it ends. And I just believe that there's more we can do. And I'm not just talking about our state. I really am talking about nationally, because so many of this things could be better handled if we had some national rules in place. That's what he's saying there. The other thing he said was, which I thought was so moving, was when he said these are everybody's kids. They could be your kids. And so I think the tendency sometimes is for people to say, well, you know, anyone would have this reaction. Well, I'm so glad my kid wasn't in that school. I feel bad for these parents, but I'm so glad. But then you have to start thinking, but my kid could be next if we don't do something better. I've led the school violence funding bill with former Senator Hatch that actually passed in the wake of the some of the other shootings years ago. And we got that done. We have a very robust grant program to help schools with better security. I know there's going to be a talk about this, but when there are so many guns out there and we're not doing anything to try to rein in who gets them, you're going to keep having these shootings regardless of that. I am more than happy to continue to work on school security, to continue to work on mental health and all the things that matter, but I'm telling you, you cannot protect against every single thing that a madman might do, as we learned from the deaths of Melissa and her husband. But at some point you have to look at, well, let's see what other countries have done on guns that haven't interfered with hunting, and let's see if we can be better.
Senator Klobuchar, thank you so much for joining us to address this horrible tragedy. I want to send it back to the desk here. I understand they've got more information.
All right, Esme, thank you. Let's check out our Caroline Cummings. She has been live there at the scene at the Annunciation Catholic Church throughout the morning. Caroline?
Oh, hi there, Heather. I lost you there for a second, but yes, you are correct. We're right outside of the scene here at Annunciation Catholic School and Church. Earlier, just moments ago, really, actually, we spoke with a 5th grader who was in Mass at the time that those shots rang out. He said he was right next to the windows, the stained glass windows you heard Police Chief Brian O'Hara describe as the way in which this gunman opened fire through those stained glass windows. And he talked about how they prepare for active shooter drills in school, but that it was never at church, which to me just struck me as just the innocence of this young boy, saying we practiced this, but we didn't practice it for this moment. And he also talked about how his friend dove over him, and he was hiding under a pew, and his friend was shot in the back. And he said his friend is so brave for doing that and protecting him. It was really so powerful to hear, and we want you to hear directly from this young, brave boy.
It was like shots fired, and then we kind of like got under the pews. It kind of, they shot through the stained glass windows, I think, and it was really scary.
What did you do after that?
Well, we waited like 10 to 5 minutes, I don't really know, and then we went to the gym, and then the doors locked just to make sure he didn't come, and we waited in the gym for more news, and everyone was okay. Or most people were okay.
Who are your friend, Wes?
My friend got hit in the back.
Did he go to the hospital?
Yeah, he went to the hospital.
What went through your mind when you saw that?
I was super scared for him, but I think now he's okay.
So you heard it there from Wes, that really brave 5th grade boy who was in the church at the time this happened. He described seeing his mom when he could finally be reunited with her, and he said that he was relieved because he didn't know if he would see her again, what was going to happen in that moment. But yeah, just a harrowing tale of what happened inside the church this morning when Wes and so many other school children at Annunciation School were kicking off the school year, going to Mass in the middle of prayers. He said it happened really soon after Mass began, and it was just the unthinkable that unfolded thereafter, guys.
So scary and so brave at the same time. Jumping in to shield his friend. 10 years old.
Fifth grader there.
Caroline Cummings, we appreciate that that update. We talked about before that sometimes the first-hand accounts really help to tell the story,
right.
And we're getting more and more of those coming into the newsroom. So we want to continue our coverage this morning. Jonah Kaplan, he joins us now from South Minneapolis. Jonah, I understand you had a chance to speak with a priest.
AJ, when we think about the many layers of this tragedy, whenever there's tragedy, people turn to their faith. They turn to their congregations, whether it's a church, a mosque, a synagogue. And here the very shooting took place at that house of worship where people come to find their sanctuary. And we were speaking with a pastor who was here with the children as they were awaiting their parents, and he shared an anecdote with me that how were they able to keep the kids calm? They were singing. And what was the song they were singing? Lord, prepare me to be a sanctuary, pure and holy, tried and true. With thanksgiving, I want to be a living sanctuary for you. And that was just on repeat. And that struck me on a number of levels, because that is a song that I sing with my own children at night. It is a song that can be ecumenical. It is one that can be sung in a home of any faith. And it is one that truly can ground all of us when we think of how to find the light amidst this darkness. And AJ, I know you and Heather, young kids like me, I just took my daughter to second grade her first day yesterday. Coming up later this week, we're going to have the opening ceremony. Today was a Mass, a Wednesday Mass, which is of course common in the Catholic Church, but it was one of kind of the welcoming ceremony for this community and this school. There were multiple generations of people. We spoke with one man, his wife and their grandchildren were in the church together. They were in the pews and they were praying for a wonderful new year, a year of success, a year of growth. This is the time of renewal. And this, in some traditions, is really a new birthday of the world because of the kind of renewal we have. Yes, there's spring. Yes, there's January 1st. But in the fall, a new school year, a whole new year of growth ahead of us. And it just so hits home on so many layers. But to hear the pastor talk about that song, that hymn that the kids were speaking, it truly just touches the heart.
It sure does, Jonah, you know, because you'd think the challenge now that...
Hearing some of the personal reflections of those who are covering this national tragedy. 2 students dead, ages 8 and 10. Others hurting on their way to the hospital there in Minneapolis. Let's bring in CBS News national security contributor Sam Vinograd joining us now live. What is happening there specific to the investigation, Sam?
Well, at this time, now that it appears that the scene of the crime has been stabilized and that there is no ongoing threat to the public, officers have identified the suspect. They are running his biographic information through criminal data sets to try to ascertain whether he had any kind of extensive history with the law. They are tracing the weapons, and I'm stressing weapons because at the press conference earlier, we were told that 3 different weapons were used for the dozens of shots fired. So the ATF is likely tracing all of those weapons to see if they were lawfully purchased, and then, of course, investigating if they should not have been sold to this individual or if perhaps he got them from a family member or friend. So they're tracing the weapons, trying to figure out where they came from. They're also always going to be working to ascertain motive. Through the history of church shootings, school shootings, and mass casualty events at religious institutions across this country, there have been a range of motives. There have been racial motives, there have been personal hostilities that have led to these kinds of mass casualty events and more. So they're certainly trying to ascertain motive. And then they will try to piece together how this individual and over what period of time not just radicalized to violence and got inspired to act, but actually mobilized. Were there warning signs that were evident to individuals in his community, to his family, to his friends? What steps did he take between the moment that he mobilized to violence, when he left his home or wherever he was staying this morning, drove to the church, got out of his vehicle, and started shooting innocent, unarmed children? Was there anything that should have tipped off law enforcement? That will be incredibly important as the community tries to prevent more of these attacks from occurring. They will also be scrubbing this individual's social media to see if he was in touch with anybody else. And then finally, after these kinds of high-profile mass casualty events, there was always a concern that there could be copycat attacks and individuals could see the kind of media attention this horrific incident is getting and themselves feel inspired to take similar action. So law enforcement, not just in Minneapolis, but across the country, will be on heightened alert for any kind of copycat threats that may emanate from today's horrific event.
For our viewers watching at home also, if you're just now tuning in, you can see the headline there, but we also should tell our viewers, Sam, that the person who is thought to be the shooter here, police say took his own life and is no longer a threat to that community. I want to ask you about something that you said earlier on that CBS News special report. You mentioned being aware that communities all over our country have what you mentioned as being bespoke ways of responding and preventing things like this from happening. What do you mean by that? And specifically, what are you aware of in Minneapolis?
Well, during my work at the Department of Homeland Security, we worked with federal, state, local, private sector partners, nonprofits, to try to create networks in each community of individuals who were there to help if an individual was starting to radicalize or mobilize to violence. And we used to say that there is not solely a law enforcement solution to ending mass casualty events in this country. That is because many of these events are perpetrated by what we call lone wolves. individuals who decide to engage in these mass casualty events by themselves. They don't tip off others about their plans. And so what that means is that individuals in a community need to be aware of signs of suspicious behavior. Is an individual starting to stockpile weapons? Are they making generalized threats? Even if something doesn't not yet rise to the level of law enforcement activity, there are ways to get help. There are ways to seek mental health support, support for juveniles, and more. So the Department of Homeland Security had been working across the country to try to create these prevention networks in various communities. I traveled to Minneapolis and St. Paul to talk about this very issue. The office that had been doing this work has been significantly diminished under the current administration, but hopefully those prevention efforts and community-based prevention efforts will endure.
I just want to button up that. What do you mean by that office has been diminished?
There was an office at the Department of Homeland Security known as the Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships, or CP3. The staffing in that office has been significantly reduced. The funding for that office has been significantly reduced, and there is not an expert leading that office anymore. So in the absence of that office doing this critical community prevention work, I do hope that other federal, state, or local entities will step in and work with communities to try to create these prevention networks, because again, there is not solely a law enforcement solution to ending the epidemic of mass casualty events in this country.
Well, the mayor said earlier, Sam, we must stand with these families who are suffering, and trying to understand how this happened is one way to serve them. Sam Vinograd, it is always an honor to talk to you and cash in on your expertise. We appreciate you so much for serving the conversation today. All right, so let's get personal. There's a little boy named Weston in that community who tonight will shake in his bed. And our viewers had an opportunity to hear from him. Let's hear from one of the young people who was inside when the bullets started to be fired.
Let's listen to a fifth grader who says his friend saved him. Listen to this.
It was like right beside me. I was like 2 seats away from the stained glass windows. So they were like, the shots were like right next to me.
That's scary.
Yeah.
You went under the pew after that happened?
Yeah. And
Is
then
that what everyone tried to do?
I think I got like gunpowder on my neck. Yeah.
When you heard the shots, what went through your head?
I was like, the first one, I was like, what is that? I thought it was just something. Then when I heard it again, I just ran under the pew. And then I covered my head. My friend Victor like saved me though, because he laid on top of me, but he got hit.
Your friend laid on top of you?
Yeah, and he got hit.
Gosh, when you hear that about the bravery of that child to help his friend, and just a child describing that moment when he heard the gunshot and then realized that it was something more than just a noise he was hearing.
9 and 10-year-olds shouldn't have to save their classmates.
No, no. And you can imagine that the teachers, I'm sure, were doing the same thing in there. The adults that were in the room were doing the same thing there. I'm sure that is not the only story that we will hear of some bravery like that happened this morning in that church right there. Let's take a live look here in South Minneapolis. You can see the scene still quite active in this spot. We know families are still being reunified here, parents still coming in to pick up their kids. Again, this was started, what, 15 minutes after school had started there in that spot. So people were already on their way with their day, whether they're heading back home or the kids were dropped off on the bus, then to be called back then there. There's a school shooting at your children's schools.
Imagine too, so you find out there's a school shooting that happens, you return to school, but you don't know anything else. You just know you need to get to school, but you can't. Crime scene tape is up, and now you are waiting, just like everyone else, to find out, is my child okay? Is my family member okay? Is my spouse okay if they're teaching at the school? And you have to wait, just like everyone else, to find that out. And
I think we have some sound from a grandfather who went through one of those scary moments.
Inexplainable, and it happens way too much. And when it happens to your own children, then you're going to think very differently about this. And there's only one way to think about it. And there's nothing this precious little boy ever did to deserve this. To go through it. It's just heartbreaking.
Yeah.
All right, again, a grandfather of one of the students there at that school. So you know that this is a school. It is a true community school. It is a private school. It is a Catholic school there, but these are kids that come right from that neighborhood. It's right on the border of Richfield and Minneapolis. You got a lot of Minneapolis kids there. You got a lot of Richfield kids coming in there. A lot of these kids, their own parents went to that own school. So I have no doubt that as parents rush to that school, grandparents rush to that school, friends rush down there to that school.
I just want to add perspective and context. So the grandfather that we just heard from, that was the grandfather of the 9-year-old. That's his granddad. So he's talking about, look, when this happens to your grandchild or someone, it hits differently, and you take it differently. So that's the perspective that he is coming from it now. He is experiencing this firsthand, saying, my grandson dealt with this, and maybe now he's saying, I have a different mindset with this as well. So just the context there.
It's something that you can't say, well, this is over there, or this happened to someone else. He now has this real in-person experience. And I think, as you mentioned, AJ, earlier, they were talking about wrap your arms around everyone and think of all of these as our kids.
Yeah. Let's go back to the sound from that little one there that we had talked with earlier, talking about the drills that they do at school.
We practice it like every month, or I don't know, but yeah, we've never practiced it in the church though. Only in school, so it was way different.
And that is something that's different, because we know that since Columbine, kids have done school drills. And Heather, as you mentioned,
every month they are doing these drills. These drills are very specific. They are told that they need to close the classroom door, that they need to hide there. No one prepares for someone to shoot into the windows of a church sanctuary where you have hundreds of children and community members sitting in there. Yes, they did these drills, but they did not do the drill in the church.
And they're all sitting there open, vulnerable, in these pews next to each other. Why should they think they would ever need to?
Right.
And you think of church, too, it's a place, come as you are, a place that's welcoming, and you don't imagine it being a place where you have to experience something like this. But when you think back to 2015 at Mother Emanuel Church in Charleston, just the impact, people worshiping and their life literally turned upside down. Kids today experiencing their lives turned upside down in a place that anyone would feel they should be safe.
And one of the more troubling details that we heard from the police chief, Brian O'Hara, was, and we need more context around this, but it sounds like at least some of the doors outside, they were barricaded.
Outside of the church?
Outside of the church were barricaded with these 2x4s. So it's disturbing to think that this could have been planned when we don't want to speculate because we do not have that information yet.
We don't know how those barricades got
yet.
up there, but we do know that it could have meant exit was blocked.
Exactly. So that's the other part. As this investigation unfolds, that part of the puzzle will still have to be told, because we know, Jen, as you talked about before, even though we are focused on the victims, as well we should be, there's a law enforcement side of this that is being put together as we speak right now.
Right. There's the one side that we have our focus on, which are these victims, these families, the community, all of us who have been impacted by this. And at the same time, law enforcement is doing their job. The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the FBI, the ATF, police, any resources they are pulling in right now to try to get more information about the suspected shooter, who we know died by suicide this morning. And if there was any notes, clues left behind, if there was any warning signs that were seen or missed. There's so many questions that they are working on right now to unravel. And in a time like this where there is such deep grief, it's hard to think about the person responsible, because we don't want, it doesn't change the grief and the pain that families and everyone is feeling. And there's a job that law enforcement needs to do to hold this person accountable and to find out information about them. And so that's part of what I've been tracking today to learn information. We know that this person is in their early 20s.
Listening to local coverage there in Minneapolis, Minnesota from our team at WCCO as we see these pictures of parents being reunified with their children who were on the inside of that sanctuary as the bullets came through the windows from the shooter. And on that point, we do have some breaking news. 3 law enforcement sources tell CBS News that the shooter is identified as Robin Westman, 23 years old, from suburban Minneapolis. Once again, 3 law enforcement sources telling CBS News Robin Westman, age 23, from suburban Minneapolis. That bit of information coming from our affiliate WCCO, who we're going to listen to right now.
This horrific attack.
And when the chief spoke earlier, he was saying that he believed he acted alone, and he also added that he did not have an extensive known criminal history. So I'm sure they'll be looking further into that to see how any of these pieces
A
connect.
reminder here, this apartment is in Richfield. We know that the church, that the school is right on that border of Richfield and South Minneapolis, so not clear. We'll find more information in just a bit about exactly where this would be over here, but not far from where the school would be. Richfield's not a huge city down there.
So a couple of different scenes. So you've got the scene in Richfield. You also have the scene of the church and the school that's in South Minneapolis. We also have cameras over at HCMC. We have cameras over at Children's Hospital,
where they have victims there at both of those hospitals. So we have 7 victims now. An update from Children's just in the past minute or so. 7 patients there they are treating. We understand 17 patients were over at HCMC. Now, most of these patients, some adults were some of these victims, but most of these patients are children between the ages of 6 and 14 years old.
Yeah, at last check, they said they were actually operating on 4 people right now. There were no fatalities. That was at HCMC, but you just alluded to 6 to 14 years old. So very, very young patients who are being operated on right now.
And we did get that information earlier from Jonah, from one of the council members, that one of these students, again shot in the back, as we heard from one of the students who said he was actually shielded by his friend. And then we also heard from that same council member that there was an 11-year-old who was shot in the head. So just serious, extensive injuries that the medical teams are navigating.
We're coming up on 12:32, and if you're just now joining us, maybe this is a good point to do a reset as far as what we've learned so far this morning, because this has been a very, very active scene. Unfortunately, we have 2 children who are 8 and 10 years old who are dead after a shooting that took place inside a church. The shooter apparently outside, we heard from the police chief, fired shots outside the church, into the church, and this was during Mass today, Heather.
It was during a Mass for the school, in fact. Annunciation School is connected there to that church in that parish, and the students go to that Mass. It was a welcome back to school Mass. The students had just started there on Monday, so this was their celebratory Wednesday morning Catholic school Mass. That's, if you've gone to Catholic school, you know that the kids all join in there. So they were in the sanctuary. And one thing that really got me is we did talk to a boy who was in the church at the time. He was right near the stained glass windows where the shooter had been standing, shooting in from the outside. And he said, "We do these drills all the time. We do these drills at least once a month, but we never did these drills inside the church." And all I can think of is, why would you think that you would ever have to do these drills inside that church there?
So first responders, the shooting takes place, first responders respond, and the thing that really stuck out to me is the first responders who go in there, and they have to look in the classrooms. They have to look through the church and go room by room.
Right, the kids were in the church, and then many of them, you can only imagine here what had happened. The shooter, according to police, was shooting from outside into the church sanctuary. So you have to think that people had no idea what was happening, what it sounded like. Did it sound like firecrackers? Was something crumbling? And they didn't realize right away what was happening. And then they were told by the teachers, by other students, to hide there under the pew. So we understand from the chief that when officers went in there, they first went into the sanctuary to try to help those students and those staff that were injured there in that spot. But then they also fanned out through the school because people had run out of that sanctuary looking for places to hide in there. And I suspect that they were looking for closets or bathrooms and going to try and find some of these children, some of them as young as just 6 years old there. This is a K-8 school.
Let's listen to the mayor and his reaction to everything that unfolded. Mayor Jacob Fry.
The horror and the evil of this unspeakable act. Children are dead. There are families that have a deceased child. You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation. We are a Minneapolis family. But to everybody out there Do not think of these as just somebody else's kids. Those families are suffering immense pain right now. Think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance.
We're also hearing from the president this morning, who says that he posted on Truth Social, I should say, "I've been fully briefed on the tragic shooting in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The FBI quickly responded and they are on the scene. The White House will continue to monitor this terrible situation. Please join me in praying for everyone involved." Again, that's coming from the President of the United States.
Right, and let's head back outside, take a live look at Annunciation Catholic School, Annunciation Catholic Church there over in South Minneapolis, right near the border of Richfield in that area, over in a busy spot, 54th and Lyndale. And as we've been mentioning all morning long, police asking right now people to just stay away from that area as families are being unified as they continue the investigation into what happened here just before 8:30 this morning.
Yeah. And kind of speaking to how this is really a community of family in this neighborhood, Caroline Cummings just sent a message saying she received a text from a state lawmaker who saw one of the earlier interviews and breathed a sigh of relief because he coaches someone and a bunch of the kids from the school who play sports in Richfield. And, you know, everyone's so connected here, and it doesn't just impact the people that we've seen on the screen holding hands and reuniting, but there are people we don't see who are feeling the impact of this too, and still trying to make sense of this tragedy.
And Sheila, we've talked a lot about this morning, is that these students started school this week. There are so many students that start school on Tuesday. We already know that for many students it comes with anxiety of heading back to school there, and the conversations that families are having today and over the next week are really challenging. I don't know. Truly, I've been thinking about this throughout the morning as I go home, what you say to your kids about this.
Right, because some of them are just, they may be starting a new school, or they're just worried about the school year in general, and then you layer on top of it a tragedy of this magnitude, and it adds just another anxiety and more questions that parents are going to be trying to find answers to, and maybe leaning on some of those professionals that work in the mental health space for guidance on how do I reassure my child they're going to be okay, and that, you know, when you go to school, there are people that love and care about you that are going to make sure that you're safe, and finding the language around that to help them navigate a moment like this. Even if this wasn't their school, they still have to go to school.
Well, this goes to, it takes a village, right? It takes a village. It's going to take a village for us to heal. Let's check in with Caroline Cummings, because Caroline, Shayla just mentioned what you mentioned before. A huge sigh of relief, I'm sure, but then also heartache at the same time.
Are we having a problem with Caroline's microphone there?
10-year-old.
There we go.
Oh, we're losing microphones here. Oh, can you hear me, guys? Okay. Yes, I got a text message from Representative Mike Howard. He lives in Richfield. He's a state representative, and he saw on TV as we took that interview with Weston, that really brave fifth grader you heard from earlier, and he says, I've been worried about him and was so happy to see him. He coached basketball for Weston and several other 10-year-olds, he tells me, who attend this school. And he said something that I feel like really speaks to what you heard heard, if you were watching Weston, he was so brave sharing what it was like to be inside that church when those shots rang out. And he says, quote, "It tracks that he would be brave. He was our most fearless and rowdy player." And he says there's a lot of anxious Richfield families trying to find out the status of the children and students here at Annunciation Catholic School, because a lot of them played sports in Richfield, and so it just kind of speaks to that kind of reverberation beyond just the four walls of that church and this school. This is a tragedy that touches so many in our community, and so many people have a connection to this school. And even if you don't, you are just waiting to hear good news about the condition of those children who are currently in the hospital, guys.
Yes, and Caroline, I'll say the same thing. My kids play hockey with a lot of the kids that go to Annunciation. So these kids know kids from all over. So as Shayla was mentioning, it's not just affecting the people in this school, it's all of their friends that are in all the other schools and those families as well there too.
You think about Weston in the 5th grade and him being so brave.
And his friend
being so brave to shield him. Let's listen to Weston right now.
My mom was waiting outside of the church when it happened.
Yeah. What was it like seeing her?
I was super happy because, like, I was scared that I wasn't going to see her because I didn't know what was happening.
So brave.
Right, again, little Weston there, 5th grade there. Caroline Cummings, as she mentioned, has been talking to him throughout the morning there. Let's take you back out live to Richfield. This is where we understand there's a large law enforcement presence. This is at the home or one of the residences of the suspected shooter there. Jen, what can you tell us here?
Yeah, so what we know is that law enforcement had this name early on. So right away, they get to work when a situation like this happens. And they go to, the places that they go is look at the car, right? Look at what they had with them. But they also go to where they live, and they try to contact anyone else who knows this person. And so this is one of the locations where we know that they've been there for at least an hour, possibly longer, and they're going through this apartment where the suspected shooter apparently lived. And they're looking for evidence, anything that would give them a clue, anything they can take back and look at electronically, maybe in a notebook, anything like that that they can take that could give them a clue as to why. Why?
Would the natural conclusion be to assume that wherever he worked, that would be a place that they would go next to speak with possible co-workers, et cetera, et cetera?
Yes, if this person did have a job, they would go and try to connect with family, with co-workers, anyone that knew this person. They're likely combing social media, right? I mean, these are all things that are done in an investigation like this, and this is all happening simultaneously with, everyone at the hospital who's working on these patients and doing everything. But this is a piece that happens when something as horrific as this does. And what we know is that this is a location where this suspected shooter, Robin Westman, 23, is known to live, and they are looking for any evidence and will be collecting anything that can help them in this investigation. We know this person came in with 3 guns, as we've heard, a shotgun, a rifle, a pistol, and was wearing all black. That's what we know about what this person, how this person appeared on the scene this morning when they opened fire into that church where they were holding mass.
Now, again, this apartment is in Richfield, and that school there, the church there, is right on the border of Minneapolis and Richfield in that spot. We did ask the police chief this morning if they understood that this person, the suspected shooter, had any connection to the school, and this was probably about 2 hours ago. The chief saying at the time that he wasn't sure, but this of course is something that they will be looking closely at as well.
Absolutely, that is one of the questions. Why this location? Why today? And did they have a connection to this school? Had they been seen there before? Did they, had people recognized this person on campus previously, this week or prior? And so those are all questions that they will be looking into and hoping to get answers on.
Well, you know, we know this is a very active scene. We know that police and law enforcement telling people to avoid the area right here around the church. This is 54th, is it 54th?
54th and Lyndale.
54th
so it's
and
right
Lyndale.
on 54th Street, but we understand that right now you can see it's a very busy area. They have a Kowalski's right there at the corner. They have restaurants, a gas station, several shops. The library's right just down the street on Lyndale. They're asking people to stay out of that area, and we know our Barrett Leone and our Caroline Cummings and their photojournalists that they're working with have been on the scene all throughout the morning, and they have expanded that perimeter. You'd have to think part of it is part of the investigation. Another part of it may just be that the families are reunifying there, and just to give them a little space as they come and reconnect with their children in that spot.
Yeah. So again, very active scene. You know, the great images that we did see today are those reunification scenes where families were coming out. We saw it looked like mothers or fathers with loved ones in arms. And you know that tonight, this is the video. Tonight there's going to be some very, very tough conversations, but also lots of hugs tonight, making sure you hold on to those loved ones dearly. Just a tough day all around.
The other thing, too, is we just want to remind people right now, as you are all hungry, all of us are, for information about what is happening, what is going on. There's a lot of chatter online out there, so we ask that you just be careful with what you are able to discern and what you are able to read. We here are trying to give you the most accurate, most up-to-date information we have, with information that has been vetted or information that's coming from officials here, but we know plenty of chatter coming online, and just be careful as you continue to navigate this. It's not an easy thing.
Right, and we are making sure that we are confirming with authority, or confirming with our sources, that we have the right information that we're sharing with the community. And one thing I just looked at is just how close that location where agents are right now on scene, and it's less than a mile if you were to walk, and just over a mile if you were to drive. And so it's a close location. So that's something that they'll be looking at too, and that might be why they were able to get to this location in Richfield so quickly, because they did learn the name of the suspected shooter very quickly, Robin Westman, at 23 years old, and were able to find that information and start that process of the investigation.
We know this is a really busy area, again, right on the border of Richfield and Minneapolis, so we know officers were able to arrive on scene very quickly. They have two large police departments down there, and what the chief told us and what one of the witnesses told us is that within minutes, they had several officers there that were getting inside, trying to help some of the victims. And we know in these situations, every second counts.
Well, the other thing is that, you know, they didn't necessarily know what they were walking into.
Absolutely.
You know, initially they had the bomb squad called in because there was threat of a smoke bomb that was there too. So law enforcement, not necessarily knowing what they're walking into in that situation, they have to do their part. And they have to assess the situation, that they make sure that they themselves are safe too.
Right. We want to check back in with our Caroline Cummings, who has been there throughout the morning in South Minneapolis, right outside the church. Caroline.
Well, hi there, Heather. So I am right at the corner of West 54th Street in Lyndale. This is about as far as you can go when we're talking about the scene here. They have blocked off all of the streets surrounding the school. And so you can see blocked off here, I just saw Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. She represents Minneapolis. Of course, they allowed her to go through the police tape here. She really wanted to, as I tried to get her to share a few words with us, she said she really wanted to get to the families first. There's obviously a large media presence here, but there's also people who have just come as far as they can go to see what's going on. So many people overwhelmed with emotion and grief, whether you are a member of this parish and school community, or you are a member of Minneapolis, the Twin Cities, the state of Minnesota. Everybody is grieving for these families who have experienced truly an unthinkable tragedy. You can see, perhaps with Joel Cam here, our fearless photojournalist, that there is still police presence near the entrance of the school. That's where we saw children and their families leave earlier this morning. It's where I saw two young children children with slings on their arm in the immediate aftermath of this. That was truly a hard thing to see. These little arms in slings, having been in mass and experiencing this really devastating tragedy. But yeah, still a lot going on here in Minneapolis as now investigators are kind of combing through the details of what happened here and learning more about that gunman too, guys.
And Caroline, we know that it certainly takes a village even in these investigations. We just got a statement in from the special agent in charge of Minneapolis Division of the FBI saying they are assisting their local partners. Their hearts go out to the victims, their families, and the Minneapolis community as we face this senseless act of violence against innocent children. They say the FBI will devote every available resource to support this ongoing investigative effort.
Yeah. Again, this is an investigation.
CBS News 24/7 listening in to local coverage there in Minneapolis from our team at WCCO. We thank them for that bit of information. We also have some news to break as it relates to this mass shooting that has taken the lives of 2 children and sent so many other children to the hospital. They're literally fighting for their lives right now. Let's bring in CBS News Homeland Security correspondent Nicole Skanka. Nicole, you've got some new reporting on the shooter.
Yeah, Reed, CBS News has confirmed via multiple law enforcement sources that the gunman has been identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman. And right now, investigators combing through the social media, the online postings of the gunman here, determining exactly what timeline of events led up to the tragic incident that we saw today. Law enforcement officials have identified writings on the magazines of some of the weapons that were used by the gunman, hateful rhetoric, including words targeting the President of the United States, Donald Trump, invoking the Holocaust and threatening the lives of children. It also appears that the mother of the gunman was a former employee of Annunciation of the school who had retired a couple of years back. And so initially authorities had said there was no clear connection between the gunman and the school itself. Now it appears as though the mother of the gunman does have a connection with that school. And as investigators try to piece together more details, more behind the motive of this individual, they're not only going to comb over the social media, they're also going to search the car, the vehicle of the gunman. We know that right now law enforcement has ruled out a possible accomplice, but it is still very early in this investigation. They did sweep the vehicle that was parked outside of the church. They found no improvised explosive devices, despite initial indications that that might have been the case. They did find smoke bombs, fireworks, sort of rudimentary smoke bombs, that sort of thing inside that vehicle. In total, they are tracing 3 weapons. There's a pistol as well as a rifle that has been taken from the scene, as well as a shotgun. And we know that that rifle was a semi-automatic weapon that witnesses on the scene described just a volley of bullets, almost all of which were fired outside of the church. And officials, law enforcement officials on the scene saying that they were looking at casings outside of that church where students were gathered for mass, trying to get a sense of just how many shots were fired. You mentioned it earlier, and our associates at WCCO mentioned it, but right now we know that 17 are hospitalized, at least 14 of those children, including 2 that are in critical condition.
Well, and your new reporting right there nails down a couple of things: intention and connection. Of course, we know intention is now spelled out in what you mentioned relative to those magazine casings that are being found at the scene. And then connection. You know, earlier Scott McFarland said the framework the FBI uses to look into these things is to examine whether there was a connection between the shooter and the school. So now his mother, apparently a former employee of that school, Nicole. And so now we have a little bit better understanding of that.
Absolutely. And the next step, Reed, will be also determining how this individual got a hold of weapons, whether they were obtained legally or illegally. We know the ATF is currently tracing those weapons, in addition to looking at the markings and the messaging on those weapons, trying to determine whether anyone else knew that this was clearly a troubled, a disturbed individual who was acquiring ammunition, acquiring these kinds of weapons, and planning for this attack. We do know, federal law enforcement sources has told me that the gunman had posted YouTube videos referencing their intentions as recently as just yesterday. So questions emerging about who might have known, regarding red flags. It's always very challenging in these situations, Reed, for federal law enforcement to piece together, connect the dots. Should someone have known sooner? So certainly we're going to see investigators asking those questions, but it's very difficult. And in this case, we know that police have stated, the Minneapolis Police Department, that this is an individual who did not have a significant criminal record, but does appear to have broadcast their intentions in videos posted online prior to the shooting.
Nicole Skanga, thank you so much for that. And as we look at the video that is coming from that scene and our team members who have been for hours reporting this story, we know that in addition to talking about the why this story happened and trying to figure out more about the motive of that shooter, potentially at this place, which we think could be one location that could be connected to the shooter, as we look at all of those moving parts, we remember that today is about the victims and those who are rushing to help the victims. Victims like little Weston, who heard the gunfire. Victims like Vincent, who took a bullet because he laid over Weston, the 5th grader, there in that sanctuary. These are human stories in our local communities, and CBS News as an organization promises that we will continue covering this story, not only with an eye to solutions, but with an eye to those who are suffering. We now continue our coverage with Meg Oliver on CBS News 24/7.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Money saving. Dollar Jill's here to tell us what it means for you.
Clearly delish.
So what's on the menu today?
Clearly, CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired and this is our paradise.
No, it's gone.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
Ta-da!
I want to be part of this.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You've probably heard of the NCIS from the hit TV series, but we're about to take you inside its real-life work. Listen to 48 Hours NCIS early and ad-free on the 48 Hours Plus subscription on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, let's go.
You guys good?
Start at the beginning.
All right, we good?
Keep going. The clock, it's ticking.
Off we go.
60 minutes. Is this what you want?
60 minutes.
60 minutes!
It's time for 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS.
No matter how you start your day, one thing is very clear.
CBS Mornings is the best way to start your day.
Could this change the way that we think about vaccines?
Rent at an affordable level and invest.
Initiatives aimed at making infant formulas safer.
I love when we provide information like this to new parents.
CBS Mornings.
Children are dead. There are families that have a deceased child. You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation.
Meg Oliver, this is CBS News 24/7. We continue to follow breaking news from the scene of a mass shooting at a church in Minneapolis. The attack took place at the Annunciation Church, where students and staff from the parish school next door had gathered for morning mass to kick off the new school year. Police say a shooter dressed in all black arrived at the church and began firing into the church through windows at those who were praying inside.
During the mass, a gunman approached on the outside on the side of the building and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the mass. Shooting through the windows, he struck children and worshipers that were inside the building. The shooter was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping.
At least 17 people were injured, 14 of whom are children. 2 students were killed, 8 and 10 years old, and multiple are in critical condition. The gunman was reportedly found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. CBS News senior coordinating producer for crime and public safety, Anna Schechter, joins me now. The details coming out of this are just absolutely heartbreaking. An 8 and 10-year-old didn't make it. You've been following the very latest. What else do we know?
Well, we know that at least 10 children are in critical condition at this time, and we are awaiting news for more children to be released from the hospital. When it comes to the shooter, the gunman, we understand that the shooter's name was legally changed back in 2020. From Robert to Robin Westman, and it appears that the shooter's mother had worked at the school in previous years. So we're piecing together a connection. Law enforcement tell us that this shooter appears to have had a grievance related to the school, but those details are very vague right now. We're still waiting to pin that down. There are social media videos that have been posted that appear to have been posted by the gunman prior to this attack, and our CBS News confirmed team is reviewing all of that. So this is very fluid right now in terms of all the information that's coming in.
As you try to piece that connection together, any idea whether he was targeting the church or the school, or do we not know that yet?
We don't have that pinned down, but certainly the messages were of a suicidal nature, showing signs of mental health struggles and really grievances, not necessarily just towards the school, but towards different populations. So we are still working through. There's quite a bit of material online that we're going through right now.
And what happens next in this investigation?
Well, of course, the shooter's laptop, cell phones, any electronic device that was used will be looked through, will be recorded. Any interaction that this person had with others, did other people know about this, and did other people aid this attack? We're also waiting to hear on where those weapons were obtained. This person was armed with 3 weapons, including a semi-automatic rifle, which the shooter used in this attack, but the shooter also used 2 other weapons. So this was absolutely premeditated, and the police, you heard there say, this was premeditated and targeted attack.
Yeah, absolutely devastating. Anna Schechter, as always, thank you so much. We want to bring in CBS News correspondent Nydia Cavazos, who is in Minneapolis at the scene. She joins us on the phone. Nydia, can you paint a picture for us? What are you hearing? What are you seeing there?
Meg, we are just a couple of blocks away from where the shooting took place at the church, and what we are witnessing at this moment is still a very, very heavy presence of police officers. We are seeing FBI agents, HSI, we see state troopers, and it's just rows and rows of blocks that these officers are at this moment. Now, earlier this morning when we arrived to the scene, we were witnessing as some of the parents were carrying their children out of the area where the school and the church is located. Their tiny arms were wrapped around their parents, and the look on their faces, the expressions of these kids, paint the picture of what exactly occurred. Some of these children were in tears, and their parents were immediately taking them out and walking them through the streets and the sidewalks of these neighborhoods. Now, earlier today, we also spoke to one of the neighbors whose house is just right next to the school, and he said he heard the shots and ran toward this church and immediately started trying to help out the children. But he describes what he first saw. He said there was a really quiet scene, and this is because the children were barricaded within the church. Police officers did arrive, and he had to step away from the scene. But there are so many neighbors here who, again, it's the look on their faces that was very shocking and really paints a picture of what's going on here at this moment.
Nydia, with all those details and seeing all those people leaving school and all those parents holding their kids a little tighter today, thank you. For more, I want to bring in Tim Gallagher. He is a former FBI special agent and chief security officer for Nardello and Company. Tim, I just want to start with, when you're looking at these types of investigations, how does it differ when the suspect is dead versus being alive and under arrest?
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Yes, law enforcement, the FBI working side by side with their colleagues in local law enforcement. There's still the same sense of urgency, right? Even though the shooter is deceased, you are still looking to put together the pieces of the puzzle. What happened? Who are they in touch with? What have they written? What did they write and then take down? Where were they in the days and hours leading up to the event? So there is still the same sense of urgency, and law enforcement is going to put the case together to paint the full picture. It just will not probably not result in criminal charges. However, the full picture needs to be painted.
Any difficulty when multiple law enforcement agencies are all working together?
No, there's no difficulty at all. It makes everything that much better. You see the concept in terrorism cases with the Joint Terrorism Task Force, where agencies work together side by side. When I ran the FBI office in Newark, New Jersey, there were literally 50 or 60 different agencies working under our roof on any given day, whether that be working terrorism or working crimes against children. It's all one team working on these types of matters to keep the public safe.
Tim, when you saw the first reports of this, what was going through your mind with your former expertise of covering several different things like this in the past?
Sure. You're looking at the reaction that was done immediately inside the church, which appears to have saved lives with children taking cover, children hiding, which follows the run, hide, fight training that is given, and then just the reaction. Law enforcement was there in minutes. Sometimes they arrive in minutes to have to interact with the killer and take the killer down. Here, the fact that law enforcement was there so quickly undoubtedly saved lives, but through rendering first aid and stopping the bleed for those who've been wounded.
We heard from one of the witnesses who told our local affiliate there that they plan and they train for these types of incidents at the school every month, but they've never done that kind of training at the church. How disorienting must that have been for these kids? And do you think they still knew where to go? Because we know that they were hiding all over.
Sure. So it is a fact that active shooter training is necessary, right? And it has to be done in a way that it doesn't scare the children into thinking that, hey, we could be next, but they have muscle memory. Like, if this happens, what can we do? That training is adaptive to no matter where you are, whether it's in school, a house of worship, or public transportation or in a movie theater, right? That the atmosphere where you're going to be will be different as far as where the exits are, but the training itself and what you need to do to take cover and to hide or to get out of there, those basic concepts do transfer.
All right, Tim Gallagher, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Joining us now is CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cortez. Nancy, thanks for being here. How is the White House responding to the shooting?
Well, Meg, we just watched a few minutes ago as the flags here on the White House grounds were lowered to half-staff, and the president issued a proclamation ordering all government buildings to lower their flags through the remainder of the week to half-staff. He also issued this proclamation honoring the victims of this tragic shooting. And we know that he has spoken to the governor of Minneapolis and he's spoken to the FBI, but notable that he has had a conversation with Governor Walz, the governor of Minnesota, rather, because the two of them haven't spoken much over the past few months. As you recall, Governor Walz was on the Democratic ticket that ran against Trump in the most recent election. And they didn't speak after a politically motivated shooting in Minnesota earlier this summer, but they have connected today. And President Trump says he is going to continue to monitor the situation and is asking folks to keep the people of Minneapolis in their prayers.
Nancy, as the country mourns this latest school shooting, we know President Trump is hosting a meeting at the White House today regarding the conflict in Gaza. What more can you tell us about those talks? What's the specific focus?
There are two main focuses of this meeting, Meg. One is to work with the president to envision what a post-war Gaza might look like, post-war Israel, after some kind of end to the war is negotiated. And so he's meeting not only with top White House officials, but also his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who was really a point person on the creation of the Abraham Accords and on U.S. policy towards Israel more broadly in the president's first term. He has been here at the White House, and some of our reporting partners have confirmed that Tony Blair, the former Prime Minister of the UK, was going to be involved in these conversations as well. So that was one focus of the meeting. The other focus is on how to deal with the growing humanitarian crisis in Gaza now that a famine has been declared by multiple international agencies. More than a quarter of Gaza residents are said to be starving. And the president has urged Benjamin Netanyahu, the leader of Israel, many times over the past few months to increase access to humanitarian aid, to food aid in Gaza. But now he is meeting with top officials to try to figure out what more the U.S. can do to ensure that food is getting to people who don't have enough of it in Gaza.
All right, Nancy Cortez for us at the White House. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Denmark's foreign minister is calling for a meeting with Mark Stroh, currently the top U.S. diplomat in that country. This comes after the main national public broadcaster reported that at least 3 people with ties to President Trump have been carrying out covert influence operations in Greenland. The president has repeatedly spoken about seeking U.S. jurisdiction over Greenland, which is part of the Danish kingdom. Both Denmark and Greenland have responded by saying that the island was not for sale. President Trump's increased tariffs on India are now officially in effect as punishment for the country's continued purchase of Russian oil. As of today, there is an additional 25% tariff on goods that enter the U.S. from India. That doubles the previous tariff rate, bringing the levies up to 50% on most items. India now faces one of the steepest tariff rates of any country, despite being a crucial trade partner with the U.S. In a story CBS News was first to report, the Trump administration is reviving a decades-old practice of conducting neighborhood checks to vet immigrants who are applying for U.S. citizenship. CBS News immigration and politics reporter Camilo Montoya Galvez had more on this earlier on CBS Mornings Plus.
To qualify for U.S. citizenship, in the first place, you have to demonstrate that you have been living here as a legal permanent resident for 3 or 5 years, depending on your case. You cannot have a serious criminal record, but you also must show that you have good moral character, that you adhere to the principles of the U.S. Constitution, and that you are, quote, well disposed to the good order and happiness of the U.S. That is the language in U.S. immigration law. And these are the requirements that will inform the questions to the neighbors, bosses, and coworkers of people who are applying for U.S. citizenship.
Camillo also stressed such investigations will not apply to every single citizenship case and can still be waived by U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. Neighborhood checks were previously used in the U.S. before ending in 1991. FEMA is defending its decision to suspend more than 20 employees who signed the so-called Katrina Declaration. In the letter to Congress, nearly 200 current and former FEMA employees accused the White House of undoing years of post-Hurricane Katrina disaster relief. They say critical funds were blocked by poor leadership and policy changes. In a statement to CBS News, a FEMA spokesperson fired back, accusing those who signed the document of ignoring decades of inefficiency, adding that, quote, our obligation is to survivors, not to protecting broken systems. Former FEMA press secretary and deputy director of public affairs, Jeremy Edwards, signed the letter. He joined the takeout last night before news broke about the FEMA employees' suspension.
What's happening now, I would say, is anything but efficient. Like we've discussed, they're creating intentional roadblocks to slow down the disaster assistance process.
This week marks 20 years since Hurricane Katrina. It remains one of the deadliest and costliest natural disasters in U.S. history. You can stream The Takeout with Major Garrett weekdays at 5 p.m. Eastern right here on CBS News 24/7. Still ahead, Cracker Barrel reverses course after a stunning backlash to its rebranding campaign. How customers are reacting. Plus, the Powerball jackpot just got a whole lot bigger. How much you could take home if you draw the winning numbers.
What happens when reporters take you inside the story?
I've been asking for over a year and a half for access into this place, and this is the first time we're getting it.
You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
This is NCIS. You put on that uniform, you agree to protect the person next to you, no matter what. Welcome to Australia.
Match made in heaven.
Watch out! Are you hungry? Shout you a crock burger.
NCIS Sydney. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus. Returns CBS Full.
I'm Erin Moriarty of 48 Hours, and of all the cases I've covered, this is the one that troubles me most. Listen to Murder in the Orange Grove, the troubled case against Crosley Green, wherever you get your podcasts.
Be in the know, even when you're on the go, with the CBS Mornings podcast.
Some news you can use at the grocery store.
Better mornings start better days.
When you look good, feel good, you do good.
That's right.
Listen to CBS Mornings on the go on Apple Podcasts.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired and this is our paradise.
No, it's gone.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
I can only describe it as evil.
Follow and listen to Train to Kill, The Dog Trainer, The Heiress, and The Bodyguard on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
My job can get dangerous sometimes, but I'm very good at what I do. I know you're scared. I'm here to help.
They said you were the best.
Your daughter hired me to bring you home. I made her promise I would never stop looking.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hear about the reward?
Come in.
Okay.
Tracker, all episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
We are monitoring the situation following a deadly mass shooting at a church in Minneapolis. The attack took place at the Annunciation Church as students and staff from the church's school next door had gathered for morning mass to start the new year. A gunman dressed in all black approached the church and, using a rifle, shotgun, and pistol, opened fire from outside of the building, hitting children and worshipers while they prayed in the pews. At least 17 people were injured, 14 of whom are children. An 8- and 10-year-old student were killed, and multiple children are in critical condition. The gunman was reportedly also found dead in the back of the church from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. One witness described what he saw unfold as he drove past the incident this morning.
I saw a man running up the street the other way, and he was frantically running, like he was running for his life. And so that kind of alerted me that something was wrong. We heard probably about 15 to 20 gunshots in about 30 seconds. So we just booked it. We took a left. We jumped on Harriet. You know, we drove by and we said, "Are you okay? Do you want to come in the car with us?" And he said, "Yes, please." He's like, "Someone's shooting at me."
Following the shooting, the president signed a proclamation ordering the flag of the United States to be flown at half-staff. We will stay on top of the story and update you throughout the afternoon as we learn any new developments. After a wave of customer backlash rarely seen since the release of new Coke in 1985, Cracker Barrel now says it's scrapping its revamped logo. The company temporarily lost $100 million in value after unveiling the new look last week. CBS News correspondent Nicole Valdez has more.
Here at the Cracker Barrel,
a familiar face is here to stay at Cracker Barrel. The restaurant chain now says it will keep its old-time logo with that iconic barrel and image of Uncle Herschel.
Cracker Barrel's all about more.
It comes nearly a week after the country restaurant introduced a new, simplified logo with only the words Cracker Barrel. The move angered customers.
Now we have this minimalist logo down here that just looks so tacky.
Sunk the company's market value by nearly $100 million, upset conservative commentators.
Cracker Barrel launches their woke rebrand and the stock craters.
And President Trump, who called the rebrand a mistake on Tuesday. Later that day, Cracker Barrel said, "We thank our guests for sharing your voices. We said we would listen, and we have. Our new logo is going away, and our old-timer will remain." It's not the first time President Trump has exerted his influence over a business. Last month, Coca-Cola said it would roll out Coke with cane sugar this fall after the president said he pushed the beverage giant to do so.
Sydney Sweeney has very keen.
You see what I did there, right?
And American Eagle stock prices jumped more than 23% after President Trump praised the company's controversial ad featuring Sydney Sweeney.
If Sydney Sweeney is a registered Republican, I think her ad is fantastic.
As for Cracker Barrel, the president also congratulated them on keeping their original logo, saying, "Make your customers happy again."
We've highlighted some of reaction on social media. California Governor Gavin Newsom continues to parody President Trump's post, saying on X that he was responsible for the switch back to the old logo. On Instagram, users were thrilled with the decision, but asked the company not to change the look inside its restaurants. One wrote, quote, "It's like going to your grandma's, and we need those comfort days." Grocery store chain Kroger announced it is cutting just under 1,000 corporate jobs across the company. The reduction is said to be part of a corporate restructuring in an effort to simplify company operations. No one working in the actual stores, manufacturing facilities, or distribution centers will be impacted by the layoffs. A new study found that billionaires pay a lower tax rate than the rest of American taxpayers. Economists from UC Berkeley say their findings show individuals who make up the Forbes 400 list of richest Americans paid an effective tax rate of 24% from 2018 to 2020, compared to a 30% rate for all other U.S. taxpayers. The new findings published in the National Bureau of Economic Research calculated the tax rate by tallying all income taxes, as well as corporate taxes that are paid by the companies owned by the wealthiest Americans. Fresh off the announcement of his engagement to Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce has an ad campaign out for his new line of clothing. It's a collaboration with American Eagle and his label True Colors. Business is expected to pick up for him and Swift during their engagement era. After 2 years of dating, they shared the news on Instagram, and the response from Swifties has, well, been swift. The engagement post made pop culture history by breaking the record for most reposts on Instagram, with an incredible, get this, 1 million reposts in less than 6 hours. It also received more than 14 million likes in the first hour, and it is still growing. Let's talk about The Rock now. The ring is the thing the internet is talking about. It's described as an old mine, brilliant cut diamond, estimated between 7 and 10 carats. Now, for the big question, how much did Kelce pay for the ring? No one has exact numbers, but one expert told Bride magazine that it probably was worth more than $500,000. That's about half a game check for Kelce. It's gorgeous. And he gets $17 million a season from the Kansas City Chiefs. The new episode of